grown on our database, and right now we have about 680 partners within the collective. And the way we work is that each of the partners, they find expression in the different pillars. So if you are more on issues that relate to Pillar 1, you would gravitate toward being a part of Pillar 1, where we, on a regular basis, we sort of look at what are the priorities that we can work on together. The understanding is that we all know that currently funding is a bit of a challenge and all that, but within that collaborative space, we harness our own strengths, we harness what we have and work together so that we can actually have, we can improve the chances of having the results that we're actually looking for. And I want to mention that this collective is actually anchored in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and it's supported by UN Women and Global Affairs Canada. And as we were experimenting and looking what are the best possible ways of entrenching a collaborative kind of behavior, we actually also had the opportunity of having the Ford Foundation coming in and really supporting our systems to a point that we have a very strong communication component that anchors all the work that the partners are working on. And we actually have a team also that sort of tries to look at all the strategic issues that come from the different partners and find a way to ensure that they get fed into the teams and that at different points we're able to address those issues. So it's really a process of ensuring that we grow together, we create together, and there's a lot of self-management. You know, the teams, they self-manage themselves because the idea is that you've got to be very nimble to be able to collaborate and also to be able to have results. So that's, we try as much as possible to have it so nimble to a point that each and every team is able to get to a point where they can make their own decisions, but they are guided by a broader framework that we have as a collective. And on a monthly basis, we then come together and share what we have done. And the most important thing that I also want to mention is that, yes, certain partners would share what they are doing individually, but what has come out of that process is that different pillars have come up with collaborative interventions. You know, when you look at Pillar 3, we have Work Corner that was birthed out of this process, and it's now one of the dual programs that's really showing us impact. We also have the comprehensive development strategy that was developed through Pillar 2. And Minister Lamula spoke about the 3 bills. Through Pillar 3, that's where the 3 bills were embedded, and all the different stakeholders had an opportunity to understand their different roles, and that was part of that collaborative work that happened within the collaborative. And on Pillar 6, we've managed to establish a researchers forum, and there's a tech team, and that team has actually worked to a point that as the collective, we have an online reporting platform where we all put our information there online so that everyone can actually see and understand. There's a lot of ensuring that there's transparency in the work that we do, that everyone is aware, and that creates opportunity and space for different people to now start looking at how they can also form some kind of networks and collaborative opportunities. So we've got a very good presence in terms of our social networks. We have been supporting the summit in terms of ensuring that people have access to information that is coming out of the summit, and we will also be using the NGBVF website. All this information that is coming out of here is being fed into the website so that people who are not here are able to actually see and understand what we've been doing. And we had the opportunity then again through the Ford Foundation to start looking at innovations that we can intentionally focus on, so that, because what the collective is about is really about looking at ways to ensure that what we do has results. So it's a matter of saying, if I have to do this, what are the kinds of results that I'm looking for? So one of the models that we decided to pilot is the 100 days challenges. In that process, so the idea was really to ensure that we actually take the NSP down to the local communities and ensure that the implementation happens there, and ensure that the capacity is built within communities and that they can implement and understand the NSP and be able to define and identify some of the challenges they have and find ways to deal with them. So we, through the collective, the different pillar teams, they identified ambassadors who were then taken through the whole principles of the 100 days, and they were able to create those teams that are in 8 districts where they supported, they created the environment for local teams to be able to work. And basically, just to give you an idea of what this 100-day challenge is, it's more of a structured, facilitated process where we help people understand, understand their environment and be able to sort of like find a way to see how best can I change the environment here so that we can have the results that we're looking for. But what is so important is that we make sure that the work is done by frontline people and the leaders themselves within those areas where we implement the program. And the 100 days are also actually designed to ensure that there's intense collaboration and that we continuously innovate, because if you continue to do the same thing, you cannot expect to have different results. So we continuously innovate and actually ensure that there's disciplined execution. And I think we've always been saying that most of the time we do have frameworks that are good. What has been the gap is actually ensuring that we do get the work done, that's the execution of everything. And the process really ensures that there's impact within a short period of time. So when we say 100 days, it's within a 100-day period that work has been done. And right now, I just want to show you the numbers in terms of the work that's been done within the 100-day period of the first pilot that we have piloted as the collective. As I show the results, we have the team members that have been implementing in all the different districts. Can I ask them to stand up so that if you've got questions, you can ask them questions and try to find out more about the 100 days challenge. So these are some of the results of the people that have been sitting here. So it's people who are like us, who have really been able to, within a 100 days period, have the results that you're looking for. And just in summary, during that 100 days, people, we directly impacted about 2,132 direct beneficiaries of the different interventions that they actually has, that we had. And some of the key results that we had is that we've resolved, we've been able to deal with backlogs in cases, you know, at 82% in improvement of backlogs, and I think it was about 72% in terms of really now making sure that a case that is done, that comes in, they are dealt with within a short space of time. So those are some of the good results that we've had. And now the aim is now to grow this movement, because we have seen that we've seen good results within a short space of time, and the kinds of results that really would get to us to a point where we shift the needle. So we are in a process, again, with the support of the Ford Foundation, they are in a process of approving the fund for us to actually grow to different teams. So in 2023, when we start the year, we're going to start with 45 teams. You know, in the previous pilot, we had 7 teams, and those 7 teams had the impact that you saw on the screens now. So we're going to start with 45 teams next year, and the funding is being processed at this point. And when we grow, the idea is that we grow as exponentially as possible. First part of 2024, we will be at 90. And then the end of 2024, we would have 180 teams in different communities implementing the 100 days challenges. So if you would like to be part of this movement, we really encourage and invite you to be part of it. You can apply to participate in the 100 days challenges as part of the teams that are in communities that are implementing in the local teams. If you are a funder, you can actually participate by funding those teams that will be participating in their different areas. Or you can participate in what we call the thematic labs, because that's where we then come together and try and investigate what are the things that work, what are the things that don't work, and get to points where we start defining what the good practices are. Or also you can actually, we will also have webinars where we share the lessons, because right now, some of the key insights that came from those teams are so amazing, to a point that we're now beginning to learn what works, what doesn't work. And I know in Bloemfontein, there's another round of 100 days challenges, because there's already a specific understanding on how these things should be working. So that's where we are. You can participate in our webinars where we share that information. So there are many ways that you can actually do that. And the information on the 100 days challenges is also available on the GBVF website, the GBVF collective, and also in the World of Impact website. So we hope we can, I think we have a place at the exhibition, so that if you want more information, and we have some of the ambassadors and the teams that were part of this process that you can engage with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nomgqibelo, for that demonstration of what is possible when we engage in this multi-sectoral approach, and also evidence of the work that civil society is doing to contribute towards the implementation of the National Strategic Plan. Without further ado, I am going to call Kathy Mtlatlana, who is an award-winning broadcast journalist and a senior news anchor for South Africa's 24-hour channel, Newsroom Africa. She hosts a daily primetime bulletin between 6 and 9 on Channel 405. She has previously hosted ENCA's evening primetime bulletin, Newsnight, and ETV's evening bulletin. Please come to the fore. At the same time, I would also like to invite the following panelists. It's now time for our, it's time for our second accountability panel. Mr. Ishmael Momniat from National Treasury, Minister Lindiwe Zulu, Minister of Social Development, Minister Thulas Nxesi, Acting Minister of Public Service and Administration, Ms. Jani de Villiers, Private Sector, Aleta Miller, UN Women Development Partners, Ms. Tamara Matebula, CGE, Ms. Daniela Gendrich, the Faith Sector. Over to you, President.
Very good morning to
South Africa has some of the worst cases of gender-based violence against women and children in the world. Many women and girls are murdered at the hands of their partners.
So sad that South Africa is the rape capital of the
More
world.
than 13,000 were domestic violence related.
In South Africa, we do find that every 3 hours a woman is killed.
Almost 73,000 assault cases reported in the same
Feels like
period.
we're not safe anywhere. As long as you're a woman in South Africa, you have a target on you.
Like millions of men across this country, I am appalled at the war that is being waged on our sisters, our mothers, our wives, our partners, and our daughters.
On the 1st and 2nd of November 2018, South Africa's women said enough is enough. During that first South African Presidential Summit on gender-based violence and femicide in Pretoria, they made it clear that South Africans can no longer look the other way. We need to acknowledge that we have a big problem. Gender-based violence is an epidemic and a national crisis. And so amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, the mammoth task of creating a South Africa free from gender-based violence and femicide was undertaken. COVID-19 presented additional challenges, and the rate of gender-based violence in the country increased significantly during this period. The National Strategic Plan's vision is a South Africa free from gender-based violence directed at women, children, and LGBTQIA+ persons. To achieve this, 6 pillars were identified, with the Department of Social Development leading the 4th pillar of the National Strategic Plan. Pillar 4 addresses gender-based violence and femicide through a focused approach on response, care, support, and healing. In line with this year's Presidential GBVF Summit, the Department of Social Development, under the theme Accountability, Acceleration and Amplification Now, reports on the implementation of the previous 3 years. The Department of Social Development is the custodian of the Children's Act, which obligates us to care for and protect children. They are the most vulnerable to sexual violence and killings. Since the summit, there's been great achievement around ensuring children are cared for and protected. More than 13 million children receive the Child Support Grant, which is collected by their caregivers, in the majority women. Over the past 3 years, we have had programs specifically for children in order for them to be aware of their rights, for communities to protect and care for children, and for them to understand that the caring and protection of children is not just for government responsibility, but society as a whole.
Leadership, it forms part of our compendium of care, which is our behavioral change programs. Amongst it, we've got Men and Boys Championing Change, where we're hoping to actually have a different men by 2030, but also affirming the ones that are there to assist us to reduce the high prevalence of gender-based violence, of HIV, but also taking responsibility for their children. We also have the program called YOLO, where you are saying you only live once, behave responsibly and take responsibility for your behavior. Then we've got CHOMI, which is our 10 to 14-year-olds.
A very good morning to all of you, officials, delegates, activists, representatives of various organizations that have gathered here today to be part of day 2 of the summit. It was incredibly encouraging seeing the interactions that took place in this auditorium yesterday. And I think I'll go as far as saying congratulations on having an honest and robust conversation, because that's what we need if we are to change the state of affairs in this country, and if we're to make true progress when it comes to fighting gender-based violence and femicide. So please give yourselves a round of applause for your interactions, your contributions. It really, really has been incredible and refreshing to watch. One of the key things that came out of yesterday was the fact that the biggest hindrance that really gets in the way of the work that much of you do is a resource one, is a financial one, that you're expected to solve problems but are not given the money to do it. One of the purposes of this accountability panel on day 2 is to specifically look at the question of resources. Not only at how various departments have been integrating the National Strategic Plan in their own resource funding, but how that is affecting business. We know that there was the establishment of the Gender-Based Violence Fund, but what we also know is that big business has simply not come to the table when it comes to contributing and doing what it needs to do to ensure that this work is successful. So on this panel this morning, you'll see, according to the program, that we were scheduled to have a representative from the National Treasury, and that is the Director General in the Treasury, Ishmael Mamoniat. It doesn't look like we have a representative from Treasury yet. When they do arrive, we'll let them on stage, but as things stand, all right, I see, okay. Okay, Deputy Minister, all right. So as things stand, we don't have a representative from Treasury, but we do have the Minister of Social Development, Lindiwe Zulu, who's here. The Acting Minister of the Department of Public Service and Administration, Thula Singesi, is also on the program, as you will see. We don't have a representative from that department as things stand. From the private sector, oh yes, the Deputy Minister just walked on. Thank you, apologies for that. From the private sector, we have Yanni de Villiers, Development Partners, Alita Miller with UN Women. From the CGE, we also have a representative that is joining us this morning, and that is Ohara Mohadisero. And from the faith sector, Ms. Daniela Genridge. So my hope for this session is that we will continue in the same tone of honesty and robustness. What we will do, however, is that we will be having roving microphones that will be going around the room. I am the appointed chair only for the next hour and a half, so I make the rules for this session. That means that I will recognize you by way of hand. We will get a microphone to you. I'm going to ask that when we open the session up, can we ensure that we keep our comments as short and as incisive as possible? In fact, I'm going to ask that we only take questions and not comments, because there's so many of us in the room and there are different contributions that we all have to make. But we have limited time, and I've been told that there are things from the program yesterday that also need to be covered today. So we'll have roving microphones. Please be clear about who you want to field your question to, and let's keep it as short and as concise as possible. My plan for this session was to kick it off with the National Treasury, because we know just how crucial they are when it comes to the question of resourcing and monitoring then the overall government spending. In the absence of that, I think we will move on, and I'll kick it off with Minister Lindiwe Zulu of the Department of Social Development. Minister, you're up on your feet, so I see it looks like you're ready to just come and give a couple of words, very briefly, please, and then we'll get into the session.
Thank you. Very good morning, Kathy. Now we are saying very briefly, please, the Department of Social Development is responsible for the well-being of our people, so I need a little bit of time to explain that, and maybe let me steal from Treasury because they're not here at the moment, but I promise you I'm not going to be here forever. Kathy, our program director, thank you very much, and a very good morning to you all. The colleagues who are here, ministers and deputy ministers, premiers and MECs, mayors and all, representatives of the judiciary and magistrate, if they are here, representatives of the diplomatic corps, I know that they were here yesterday, private sector, finally we're happy to have the private sector. Even in our last summit, I was complaining in the social summit, I was like, if the private sector can't come and have the conversation with us and listen to us, it becomes difficult. But thank you very much for being here. To all the panelists who are here, thank you very much for sharing the stage with me. Most importantly, I also want to thank the state officials who are here, because we are the executive, we are ministers and deputy ministers, but the people who slug it out on a day-to-day basis at national, provincial, and local level, right down to the local structures, are our officials. And I know that many a times people complain the officials are not responsive. Let me make it straight right now. It's not all the officials who behave like that. And if you come across those officials who are not responding properly, you would know what to do. They need to be reported. They need to be taken to task. But I know that the officials that I have around me, they work round the clock and they do the best that they can. When President Cyril Ramaphosa addressed the summit yesterday, he reflected that this is the opportunity to assess the progress that we, in our respective mandates, as well as collectively, I repeat, in our mandates as well as collectively, because the reason why we are here, it is because collectively we need to hold each other accountable, we need to hold each other's hands, we need to correct each other if we're going the wrong direction, we need to do what Nomgqibelo said earlier on when she spoke about harnessing our strength, she spoke about collaborative partnerships. We are here because we have to hold each other accountable, but we are here also because we need to pool our energies together and make sure that we do the right thing by the women of South Africa, we do the right thing in ending gender-based violence. We have registered in the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide in the spirit of the National Strategic Plan and truly to address the felt needs of our country's women and children. The President reiterated the need for all of us to plan, implement, and account together. This includes improving, scaling and what works where preventing gender-based violence and femicide is concerned, and introducing the innovative tactics where old ones are proving to be unresponsive and irrelevant. In my department, I've been speaking about the fact that if we need to deal with gender-based violence, it's not going to be sorted out by us sitting up there and not being able to go down on the ground and make sure that every energy, every resource, everything that we have responds to the people on the ground. And I've been asking the department to say, Department, let us deal with this issue house to house, street to street, community to community, because it is in each and every house of South Africa that the pain is felt. Some think that because some are in glass houses and therefore are in fancy places, therefore it doesn't visit them. Let us be specific, let us be frank, and let us be honest. And yesterday when I saw people standing up and talking, I was saying to myself, if we were to ask each and every woman who is in this room, and men probably who in this room, and ask them, what are the pains that they themselves, they feel on day-to-day basis when they wake up in their own homes, when they walk down the street. And it is not about pointing fingers. It is about us being honest about the fact that all of us, as we walk here, we walk with some pain, one way or the other. And therefore, than hopelessly watching our country irretrievably sliding into becoming a gender-based violence and femicide crime scene. Yesterday, the president challenged us to be the collective that puts this dehumanizing menace to an end. And the only way we can do that, again, is to make sure that we partner, is also to make sure, particularly as ourselves as women, we are not perfect. Some of us are ministers and deputy ministers in our offices. We are not perfect, but I can tell you one thing. We wake up in the morning, we show up, and we do the best that we can. Where we are not able to do it right, it is the responsibility of everybody else to constructively correct us and tell us where we are not going right, because I believe as women of South Africa and men of South Africa, just like we did in getting rid of apartheid, we pulled our resources together. We had street committees that made sure that the struggle continues. The same thing must happen today. Now it is said 2 more minutes. Okay. There are questions that we were supposed to answer. By the way, I'm hoping that these questions were answered yesterday, because for those of us who sat in the commissions yesterday, some of the questions that were asked, we were able to answer them. And as a Department of Social Development, we were asked about the key achievements in line with our role and our mandate. We can talk about the Gender-Based Violence Command Center, and the department continues to make sure that that operates. We can talk about the 100 gender-based violence and femicide ambassadors that we have deployed in the hotspots. Over the weekend, actually, I was in Kwamashu, and I visited the Christian Center, which is called Bonginkosi Christian Academy. What excited me yesterday when I got to that academy is that the people who are running that academy did not wait in some corner for somebody to come and help them. They decided they were going to use even them kuku where they are to make sure that they bring together young people, including the ambassadors. And then we have also deployed 250 social workers focusing on gender-based violence. The department has also developed relevant policies, because our responsibility as a department is also to develop proper policy and effective policy. So we have developed the intersectoral shelter policy, the provisions of psychosocial service policy, the National Child Protection Policy, and of course the most important one relates to the funding of the NPO. And we have, through the department, and we had in our MINMAC process that developed policy and approval for sector funding policy. The sector funding policy was reviewed to achieve greater objectivity, standardization, and accountability. In addition to the above, the department is currently developing the NPO online funding system, which complements the funding policy. We're also implementing the sector funding policy, greatly facilitating service delivery. And because I'm being chased away, I will make sure that the document which we have developed for here is distributed to all. But before I go, Kathy, I do want to thank the organizations that we partner with, both at national, provincial, and local. Yesterday, the ambassador of the US was here. We worked together with the USAID on behavioral change, the German Development Bank, European Union, MTN Foundation, ASUPOL. Yesterday, the president spoke about Prime Stars, and we're working together with Prime Stars because they're focusing particularly on men. And we wish to thank the organizations of men who have stood up and said, not in our name. The men that we are going to be partnering with, the department also works together with the Vodacom Foundation, Vodacom Business, Old Mutual. I personally believe that if we focus in harnessing the resources, and it's a pity that Treasury is not here, but I'm sure they will come, because those are the ones that we need to mobilize to assist us and make sure that our baselines are not cut all the time. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Minister Zulu. There will be, of course, an opportunity just to unpack part of what your department has been doing, because when one looks at the monitoring and evaluation framework that has been set up for the implementation of the NSP, we will find that there is a lot that rests on the shoulders of the Department of Social Development. I want us to move to Yanni de Villiers, and everybody's mic'd up on stage, so you don't have to get up. You can all sit from there and answer questions from your seat. The role of the private sector is one that is questioned, is one that is criticized, because the private sector seems nowhere to be found when it comes to this conversation. And by that I mean it's an industry that believes in putting its money where its mouth is. There's a lot of talk, but there's no money that backs it up. Why is that the case?
Kathy, thank you very much. Am I audible, by the way? No. Am
There
I
we-
audible now?
Yes, you are.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I just wanted to take it one step back and just explain the capacity that I'm in here today.
Can't hear.
Can't hear.
All right, just hang on for me, Yanni. Let's just give the technical team a minute to try and sort it out.
Go up otherwise.
All right, go for it again.
Okay, am I audible now? Wonderful news. Now, I just wanted to explain the capacity that I'm here today. Firstly, to say that I'm normally not sent where things need to be sugar-coated. So that's the one thing that I promise you today. And the second thing is I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Social Policy at Business Unity South Africa. So I represent Business Unity South Africa, or BUSA, here today. Now, BUSA is South Africa's apex business organization. Our focus is specifically workplaces. And I think that might be one of the issues that we run into as private sector. When it comes to funding, I was making a joke as I came up the stage to say this dress has deep, deep pockets. I think that's why I was invited today, is these deep pockets. And it's something to take into consideration when we unpack what business has been trying to do in this space. It is true that we are nowhere to be found. It's absolutely true. I will 100% own that today. Have any of you ever tried to get into a party and the door is locked? Because that's what business has been facing over the past few years. It is not unwillingness. I'm here to tell you today that we are willing, we are able, we are here. We are in a position where, please don't forget that we have activists within the business grouping as well. We have activists saying absolutely zero tolerance to harassment in workplaces, zero tolerance to gender-based violence and femicide. We have resources, we want to pool them, we want to work with government, we want to work with civil society, and we want to address the issues that face us. What we are finding is a lack of coordination and simply not knowing where to plug in.
Lack of coordination from who?
I would say lack of coordination. I don't want to say government, Minister. Can I say government?
Well, that's how
you know, no, you know what? You know what? It's not that.
I think you must.
Wait.
You must speak your truth. This
That's
is
fine.
an accountability panel, and the one thing that we have spoken about is the need for honesty.
Yes, well,
because
here I
we
am.
cannot deal with the challenges if we are not honest about what we see or perceive those challenges to be.
Absolutely. Point taken, Kathy. To answer your question, when we were invited as business, and I led that charge from business's side, when we were invited to negotiate the national gender-based violence and femicide bill in NEDLAC recently, we were thrilled. We were there from business's side. We thought, thank goodness, coordination. We're going to have a structure. We finally have a structure. And I've mentioned that in the NEDLAC engagements more than once. Now I have a place where I can recommend that CSI spending goes to because we have the structure. Well, guess what happened? Business is not on that structure. Business is not part of that structure. Business is not allowed on that board. And when we mentioned it, unfortunately, the entire process stopped. The bill is now going to Parliament. We are not there. So where do I take my money is the question that I wanted to ask.
So here's the question again for you then, Yanni. Does that mean that there's only one platform through which business can dispense or allocate resources to this fight? Because you talk about the NEDLAC process, but there was the establishment of the fund. Why is business not contributing to that? Because that very much is seen as a process, as a fund established out of this process. So it's not that it's not credible, it's not that it's not legitimate. Why does business not respond to that?
It's a tough one. Because again, I told you I'm going to be completely honest with you. It's a lack of trust. It's a lack of trust from business's side. And that's the job that we have to do as activists within the business grouping to solve that problem of trust.
I'm going to ask that as we continue with our interactions, let's try and ensure that we keep it, at least the noise, as minimal as possible from the floor, so that we're able to continue. So effectively, business doesn't trust the structures that have been set up when it comes to the distribution of funds for gender-based violence.
Yes, because business
is not there.
Business is not there.
Because you are being kept out.
We are being kept out, Kathy. I don't know how else to say it. The one thing, I just wanted to add to that to say, there are pockets of excellence within business. There are efforts. The Council for the Consumer Goods Council, for instance, is running a gender-based violence awareness program plus a hotline with funding that they source themselves, and they are pairing up with organizations like Santaco, for instance. And it's happening, and it's happening on the ground. We want to see it happen on a national level, obviously, and we want to be involved there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Yanni. Elita, let me come to you. You are a development partner under UN Women, so very involved with this work. How much accountability is resting on UN Women when it comes to the programs and the commitments that South Africa makes to the fight against gender-based violence? Being aware of the fact that you're very much seen as an independent player, in that your role is also to help with monitoring what is happening in the country.
Thanks, Kathy, for the question. Good morning, everyone. So I am the representative of UN Women in South Africa, and I'm here on behalf of the UN as a member of the leaders of the UN in South Africa, not only as UN Women. As a UN One body, we are committed to support South Africa's efforts to end violence against women and girls. In terms of accountability, I think something that we're very committed to is to support South Africa in their commitments that they made at the Generation Equality Forum that was held a year ago. South Africa made a number of commitments, and many of them are related to ending violence against women and girls. The Generation Equality Forum commitments very much fit together to support the implementation of the National Strategic Plan. In terms of our role as UN Women, we have a number of roles in support of how these commitments can take place, can become real. One of them is we have seconded staff to the Department of Women to support the implementation of these commitments, including the roadmap and the monitoring. I want to be clear that the Generation Equality Forum commitments very much support the national structures. They're not in addition to. You'll see great overlap between the two. And in this way, South Africa really has taken a leading role globally in generation equality. Obviously, the challenge is how to make this real here nationally in implementing the National Strategic Plan.
What are the specific challenges that you have found when it comes to how you see the implementation plan, particularly of the National Strategic Plan being done in, and the challenge here is that this is not just a government plan, it's a multi-stakeholder plan. So if we are to have a holistic conversation, we have to ask the question, who are the role players that are not pulling their weight when it comes to this conversation? And I would imagine that that's something that you would be very aware of, given the fact that you don't work with government alone.
So my experience, I guess, as a global practitioner in this space, you know, I've moved here 6 months ago from Afghanistan. Okay. I was in Afghanistan for the past 4 years as the head of UN Women. So my experience working in many countries in this space is that we all have to stay in our lane and fulfill our role. And it has to come together under a plan. We have a plan. But, you know, for example, people sometimes say to me, why is the UN not doing more? It's a good question. It's a legitimate question that we have to answer. But my answer is we each have to play our role. And when we play our role, when we fulfill it as the private sector, as the government, as civil society, as the United Nations, if we all fulfill our role and it comes together under a coordinated structure, that's the plan, then we see real change in the lives of women and girls.
Let me come to Daniela, who's representing the faith sector. Daniela, you know, the faith sector, of course, does an incredible amount of work in communities. You also happen to receive a great deal of the criticism when it comes to the subject we're talking about today, gender-based violence, because often these are also seen as spaces that socialize people in a particular way that then creates this environment that enables this violence to take place. What implementation and steps would you say the faith sector has taken towards the implementation of the NSP? And really phrasing the question through the lens of accountability. Are we seeing accountability, including of the untouchables, the no-go areas, the things that are not spoken about from the faith sector?
Thank you very much, Kathy, and thank you for the space to be here. The very important thing for us in the faith sector, as activists in the faith sector, has been to recognize that in every faith tradition throughout history, there have been at least two trajectories. The one has been the kings and the rulers, the hierarchies, the patriarchs. And then there have been the prophets, the activists, the people who have worked on the ground with the poorest and the marginalized. And the important thing for us is to consciously and intentionally situate ourselves alongside those that have suffered, that have been hurt, that have been victimized, and have even been the object of sexual and other abuses at the hands of the faith sector, or invisibilized, as have very often survivors, as well as the LGBTI community that has been completely vilified, and a lot of damage has been done. And so in 2020, particularly, the Faith Action to End Gender-Based Violence was born. But in 2013 already, a number of activists and different organizations came together in response to research that was done that was just listening to the experiences of survivors across the board, and recognizing that the faith sector plays such an important role because of its socialization of people from birth to their death. and the importance of recognizing that the damage done by the faith sector is almost more serious than any other because of that depth of the spiritual destruction that can be done to people. And so we organized in 2020, a group of faith sector activists came together, and we began to develop a theory of change, began to analyze some of the issues underlying this use of sacred texts and so on, and began to develop a program which specifically responds to the different pillars of the NSP. And in a way, we've formed, the Faith Action to End GBV is kind of a baby organization or sister organization of the GBV collective. And just in sum, we've been working since then. Started with about 50 people, and we now have over 600 between ourselves and the coalition that began in 2013, We Will Speak Out. And in sum, we say we are a people of faith who speak out, stand up, collaborate, share knowledge, disrupt norms, act decisively with survivors at the center to end gender-based violence and femicide. And what does that mean in practice? You know, it's easy to say these things. But we've decided that we will, little by little, work where there are leaders and institutions that are beginning to become more open, and we draw alongside them, and we develop programs. Also, we received funding from the Solidarity Fund, the GBV Solidarity Fund last year, and we developed a joint program with 3 key pillars in it. The first is a Faith Leaders Gender Transformation Program, where middle or top leaders of the faith sector come together, and we, in a very, what was the word you used earlier, frank way, we address some of the underlying uses of scripture and uses of tradition and ritual and so on, and begin through a feminist theological lens.
Where do you find the greatest resistance lies?
The greatest
because
resistance,
when I look at even the numbers of people that are part of your organization,
yes,
and yet we look at the different groupings that are organized under faith or even traditional councils, it's a lot more than that. So why is it that you don't have more people signing up and taking on this call with you?
So the tradition of the priests, the kings, the hierarchies, in a way they are gatekeepers, and they like things to stay the way they are. And the majority of the leadership are male. And I'm sorry to say that very often there are these boys' clubs which are very difficult to actually penetrate. Sorry to use a... And so the work, and that's why the work is around accompanying, and the Faith Leaders Gender Transformation Program, for example, works and accompanies these faith leaders as they become change agents. And some of them are actually here today and have led in their provinces and in their churches in different ways, and accompany them long-term, because it's not about a short training program and then they go out into the churches, because they face backlash. And it's about building solidarity and building a strong movement with a strong voice that together can be able to shift the critical mass and the overall norms.
All right. I'm going to move on to the Deputy Minister in the Department of Public Service and Administration, and that is Dr. Chana Pilani-Majake. The big question, of course, for the department is really around making sure that the National Strategic Plan is embedded in the policies of government across the board. And the reason, again, if one looks at least the reflective document that was put together ahead of the summit that lists the outcomes up to September 2022, is that there has been a failure when it comes to ensuring that there is seamless integration of the NSP across government. What are some of the challenges that you have found in that regard? Why is that the state of affairs? Are you not mic'd up?
Thank you, Kathy. I'm not wired. Thank you very much. Kathy, what I would actually just, good morning. Malibongwe. Beautiful women. And I must actually say that indeed we are here again today. We are here again today after the many years of working on the same subject. I was just sitting there and remembering when we went to Beijing in 1995. This was still a problem. And a problem not only for South Africa, but throughout the world. And this is why this became one of the critical areas of concern in terms of the Beijing Platform for Action. We came back, our governments throughout the world made commitments to actually work on those critical areas of concern, including gender-based violence. The South African government also had its own commitments, but we are still here. What we need to actually do is to put our heads together to see what is it that is really not working out. And maybe also realize that this is a humanity problem. Look at it also from that perspective. But what I like this morning is realizing that we are actually looking at this problem from various dimensions, taking into consideration all societal institutions. The main five being the family, education, health, religion, and of course, business and government. What is important is realizing that the answers are not going to come from just the one institution. They're going to come from all the institutions working in unison to try and eradicate this mammoth problem that is actually eating up the lives of women, including children. When it comes to the Department of Public Service and Administration, the mandating framework to accelerate employer accountability in dealing with work-related violation of the rights of women, the DPSA is focusing on the C90, that implementation of C90, that is the 2019 ILO Convention on Elimination of Violence and Harassment in the World of Work, Article number 190, and the Code of Good Practice on the Prevention and Elimination of Harassment in the Workplace, Volume 681 of March 2020. Acceleration of the implementation of the ILO Convention on Elimination of Violence and Harassment in the Workplace, that is C90, is imperative. The Department of Public Service and Administration is in the process of reviewing policy and procedures and management of sexual harassment in the public service. The public service is obliged to provide safe, healthy, and amicable working environment and shall take steps to maintain this through policies. All employees and other persons who have dealings with the public service have the right to be treated with respect and dignity. Sexual harassment is categorized as an occupational injury by the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases, Act number 130 of 1993. The Labor Relations Act and the Employment Equity Act are the main acts that deal with harassment in the workplace. Both have code of good practice on the handling of cases of sexual harassment that set out appropriate procedures to deal with allegations of sexual harassment. South Africa regards all forms of harassment as a form of unfair discrimination and constitutes a barrier to equity and equality in the workplace. Harassment also includes the use of physical force or power threatened or
actual threats against another person or against employee or group of employees, which either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in social justice, economic harm, injury, death, physical and psychological harm, maldevelopment or deprivation. All forms of harassment against women, men, and the LGBTQIA+ and vulnerable persons in the workplace is an abuse of power. Sexual harassment particularly affects workers in the most vulnerable work situations who have poor access to labor rights such as freedom of association, collective bargaining, decent work, non-discriminatory practices, and access to justice. The goals and objectives of the review in terms of the policy procedures have to do with alignment of the policy with the C90 and the Code of Good Practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. It also has got to do with encouragement of development of the sexual harassment policies and procedures in the world of work across government. Also, it has got to do with deepening the understanding of the nature of harassment while raising awareness of the consequence, encouraging collaboration between the public sector, the private sector, informal sector, unions, and to address substantively all issues of abuse against women in the workplace. Strengthening the information and research base on harassment. We need more and more research to be conducted in order for us to actually have better understanding of what we are actually dealing with. Assessing the quality and availability of collective administrative data on harassment still connects with the research process or the research that is actually encouraged in this regard. Assisting stakeholders to provide regular comparative data and to meet and talk about harassment to remove the shame and stigma surrounding the issue. South African Constitution protects the right to dignity, equality, and fair labor practice in terms of the Bill of Rights. South Africa is committed to elimination, prevention, and management of all forms of harassment, including gender-based harassment in the workplace, with the aim of creating safe workspaces that are free from harassment. Section 6.3 of the Employment Equity Act states that harassment of an employee, and these are the instruments that we've got as government. Yes, these are the instruments we've got as government that are supposed to actually help in terms of protection, of violation of women in the workplace, with the Department of Public Service and Administration being the custodian of this, with the Department of Public Service and Administration having the responsibility. I'm going to ask you, just go and take your seat, and then we'll continue with the dialogue. So you can just, I think you can just go and sit down, and then we'll continue. Okay, my time is up. I will sit down and wait for questions. I thank you. You can keep the mic. You can keep the mic. All right, thank you.
All right. Thanks for that, Minister. I think that part of what perhaps we were really looking for were the specifics, because we know that ultimately the people who are responsible for giving meaning and expression to the strategic plan are individuals that are part of the public service and administration. And that goes across the board, from junior level right up to management. And there have been questions raised about the capacity of these individuals to implement what the plan says. So when it comes to your own role as a department, again, going back to the reflective document that says the outcomes broadly from a governmental perspective has been poor implementation of the NSP in departments. So what is the problem there? Why are we seeing such poor outcomes in the implementation of the NSP across government?
Thank you, Kathy. When it comes to capacity of public servants, this is one area that we actually mostly focus on, because you asked about the capacity for them to actually be in the position to manage to do the work in terms of rolling out the national strategic plan. It is our responsibility as the Department of Public Service and Administration to actually set up programs through the National School of Government to capacitate public servants in order for us to actually manage to build the capable and developmental state. We do that. We do it with everything that has got to do with the kind of competency that we have to be responsible for, including the National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence. The National School of Government has actually drawn a curriculum that's going to actually be rolled out in order for government to actually help the public servants responsible for rolling out the NSP to be in the position to manage to do it accordingly.
Is there a reporting mechanism that you, as the Department of Public Service, runs to see how departments are faring? Because when we talk about the kind of capacity you're talking about, it's over a long-term basis, right? So people will register for different courses. It could take a year, could take a couple of years. But in the meantime then, how do you ensure that the commitments are not falling behind?
Thank you, Kathy, for that question. Normally, what would actually happen when it comes to NSP and any other program that government is actually rolling across the board, what will happen is that there will be a reporting mechanism that is actually developed that will have to be pulled together. At some stage, we will come back here and actually deliver a report, which is the outcome of the processes that will have taken place in government. Remember, the NSP is still very new. And this is why for now we're still setting up mechanisms. And in the next, I don't know whether we will have the next gender-based conference, we may be in the position to then give a report. We don't want to come here and actually just thumbsuck and talk about things that don't exist. We need to be realistic, even with time frames, in terms of implementation of whatever process government is actually responsible for.
All right. So as things stand within the department, there is no specific comprehensive document that speaks to this question, as things stand.
I've mentioned that the curriculum that has already been developed by the National School of Government that falls under the Department of Public Service and Administration.
All right, Minister, we'll leave it there for this morning. I'm going to come to the other side of the panel, and I'm worried that some of you might be in the dark, so I hope I'm not completely in your way. DJ, I might ask that they come and move your chair just to the other side of the stage, because I'm afraid the rest of the room won't be able to see you. But before we do that, let me bring in the Commission for Gender Equality. And representing the Commission is Ohara Ngoma Disego. And we know again the role of the Gender Commission in as far as providing oversight and implementation of the NSP. You've had a lot of instability at the CGE, and part of the work that you do is also to deal with complaints, whether from ordinary members of the public, civil society, that affect the responses to gender-based violence in the country. So, how do you plan then on improving, number one, the stability of the organization, and what would you say the role of this instability has been on your ability to have effective monitoring and oversight over the NSP?
Thank you very much, Kathy, and good morning to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. When you talk about the instability of the organization, can you explain to me what exactly you're talking about? Because if you are talking about attrition, and organizations, all organizations have got attrition, and there is a way of how you deal with attrition when people leave for whatever reason. There are processes of recruitment and filling positions. So if you can clarify, I know that there's been articles written in the newspaper, the media. So I don't know if your question is informed by the media articles or what, but obviously every organization, including the CGE, which may have issues in terms of, I wouldn't even say instability, because instability means there is chaos, there is no work. There is a lot of work that is taking place in the CGE. And that can be demonstrated by recently we had our 25 years anniversary, which was not just a celebration, but it was a reflection of what we have done in the past 25 years and what we need to do going forward, amongst which is repositioning the CGE as a catalyst organization. And that will involve various processes of an internal reorganization, internal reorientation, and all of that. And that is common in all organizations. And by the way, in terms of our 5-year strategy, CGE strategy, we had one of the objectives is Objective 4, which talks about building a strong, sustainable Commission for Gender Equality. We need a strong, sustainable Commission for Gender Equality with all the internal mechanisms of a strong organization, its people, its budget, its systems, its ICT. It's one of the strategic objectives that we have, because we know that in order for us to carry out our huge mandate, we actually have to have a strong, well-resourced, and well-organized organization.
So effectively then, you're saying that what has been said, including by some people that have left the CGE, around the state of the organization is not a fair reflection of what is happening within the organization?
I don't want to talk about hearsay. I don't know who the people are that you are referring to. Yes. If we are to be constructive, you have to listen to what I am responding to the question of how I'm responding to the question. Now, Kathy, if you say to me, people who have left, people will have perspectives. Me, as Ohara Ngoma Diseko, a commissioner there, my biggest dream is for a strong CGE, where we have a CGE that comprises the secretariat and the commissioner as one coin, very strong, focused on the mandate. So if you're going to say to me, people are saying, which people? Which people? It doesn't help to shout. It doesn't help.
So to avoid it becoming too much of a back and forth, because it might also derail us, ultimately the concern goes to the ability of the CGE to hold government accountable where it is not fulfilling its mandate. How would you say the organization is faring on that front?
Say that again.
Holding government accountable.
Yeah.
How would you say the organization is faring on that front?
Oh, well, we do our work of monitoring. And I can share with you what we have done. You have asked.
All right, I'm just going to ask you to sit up because you're blocking your mic a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. There was a very specific question that we had to respond to about what the CGE has done
Yes.
in terms of oversight and monitoring the CGE. Do you want me to answer that one? Okay. I think, let me start by saying that the CGE has got our mandate, which is to promote, to protect, and to develop and gender equality. We have that mandate. And the Commission for Gender Equality has, through our own research unit, been involved in tracking, monitoring, and assessing the country's interventions to deal with gender-based violence and femicide for the past decade. And it's important for me to say for the past decade, because the struggle for gender against...
So I think the question here, Sis O'Hara, just in the interest of time, is to be able to very plainly say that this is how we are going about the task of holding government accountable.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me give a simple example. Since the announcement of the 30 hotspots for gender GBV hotspots that were announced, the police stations, the CGE undertook oversight of all those police stations throughout the country. And there is a report. But I want to say that the CGE has done those kinds of monitoring of police stations for the last 10 years. And the problems that we discovered now in this term when we're doing oversight of police stations are problems that have been...
So what happens after you have identified the problem? What do you do with that information where it relates to the relevant department? And how are you ensuring that those departments then are responsive even to the work that you are doing? Because if the reports are sitting with you, it doesn't result in...
sitting with me.
Yes, so that's what I'm asking you to tell us. Tell us how the CGE, your work, from what you do, then translates into, ultimately, what filters into the departments and the issues that they respond to.
We submit the reports to the political heads. For example, with the police stations, we had the report, and it was launched, and we had engagements with the police, and we are going to monitor whether those recommendations are being done.
Okay.
And I can outline some of those. And this
Okay,
is going to be a continuous process. And we are engaging with the police. We go there first time, second time, we check what progress has been made and all of that.
All right.
You know?
I think we're going to pause it there because I also have to watch the clock very carefully. DG Momoniat, good morning to you. Good to have you on the panel. I understand that the reason you came slightly late is as a result of the planning and not your own fault. So I wanted to clear that, just in case you take a bit of heat for it from the floor once you have the mic in your hand. Let's firstly just begin with this clear question. There's been a lot of commitment made around how government is going to be helping with the implementation of the NSP. That can't happen without budget. Minister Lindiwe Zulu was up here saying that if she's to meet her own expectations in terms of her department, they need money. How much money has gone towards the implementation of the National Strategic Plan, and in particular, fighting gender-based violence? Not reallocations of budgets that were supposed to go elsewhere, or the running of programs that have been somewhat cushioned to look like gender-based violence programs, but money that has gone towards this project.
No, thank you, Kathy. And as you said, apologies, I thought I was on later. but I think the time changed. And let me start by saying, certainly I think as a Treasury official, as a government official, as a citizen of this country, I think that the problem we're dealing with on gender-based violence and femicide is the biggest problem and crisis that we have to deal with. It's urgent, and I think certainly I recognize, the department recognize that we have to do more, and clearly we're not winning if you look at the numbers, and I think the President outlined that yesterday quite well, the scourge that we're dealing with. And I think the question you ask is a very important question, because we have a number of programs, and the issue is, are they being funded adequately? And I'm going to answer that. I have a figure, 13 billion, which I'll explain.
13?
Billion rands.
13 or 30?
13, but
Okay.
let me explain the figure, because it's not as straightforward as it seems. Because I think it's important that we all understand, when we want to understand the figure, is how government is organized, that you have government departments, you've got programs within government departments, and firstly, the budget would allocate to departments, and from that, it's allocated to the program, and it's up to each department then whether it spends those funds or not. And to actually get the actual spending is an exercise that you have to monitor and develop. So if you look at the amounts, and you know, I would be the first to say the amount matters less, because whatever we spend is not going to be enough given the scale of the problem that we're dealing with. Secondly, the issue is, what is the capability of the state? I think that even before state capture, it's been a problem, and certainly with state capture, it became a bigger problem. Can departments actually do what they say they're going to do? If a program has been budgeted for, are they able to do that? I think that's a challenge we face across government, not just for programs around gender-based violence and femicide. It's a huge problem. It impacts on delivery of services, how we serve communities, the role that government plays. And I know that there's enormous frustration with us as government that we aren't delivering. We're not able to do what we say we're going to do. That's the one problem. I think the questions that are raised about accountability, I think is critical. All of us as public servants must be accountable, and we are not sufficiently accountable for whatever reason. We need to improve the system of accountability and make sure we spend as we say we're going to spend, and that the programs that are there are not just funded, but actually are implemented fully and properly. And I think we've got lots of problems there. So when I come to the amounts, and there certainly are processes, because if you look at the budget process, it's also an allocative process. And what it is we've tried to make it more gender responsive. I'm not saying we've achieved that to the extent that we should, because it's easier said than done, because if you allocate funds, for example, you still need to see to what extent does it deal with for gender responsive programs, for example. Some might be easier to categorize, like if you give funds for social grants and it's given to a woman, then clearly you can score it in a particular way. But it doesn't mean the expenditure is on females only. It's obviously also spent on their children, on whoever. So I'm just saying there's complexity in all of these things, and that's why the figures one can contest.
Sure.
From what we've seen and the amounts
So DG, just before you go on, is there a distinction that the Treasury makes between gender responsive funding and gender-based violence funding?
So it will depend on the program. So specific programs, when departments come and they bid for funds, depending on their programs and how much they differentiate, it would be probably brought in more generally, and they may not go into that specific detail. That would be left to departments. That's why it becomes a bit of a research effort to try and go through, look at the actual economic classification, and try and pick out for that, what is a specific element. Those are the difficulties. And I'm saying, Kathy, that I think there's much more we can do to improve the system, and that amount of transparency can be improved and would be better and would allow us to look at the problem more precisely. But even as we do it, I would be the first to acknowledge, as I said, that our programs and our funding clearly can be improved, and to the extent that we have interactions like these, we can still identify problems. We don't have to complete all the research to say there are these problems, and let's identify them and make sure we succeed. We must succeed in this war against gender-based violence.
I'm going to give you a chance just to give us some of the breakdowns that you wanted to a short while ago.
So you wanted a breakdown?
Yes.
Yes. So the breakdown
just very
that we
briefly,
have, that I have on me here, is that we think at the national level, and our system of government is complex. You've got national, provincial, and local. And we don't have figures for every sphere or every organ of state. But from the national, we think, and this is an estimate, okay, based on info, it could be better, is we think there's been spending of about 10 billion rand annually at a national level. So this would be departments like health, education, social development, and human settlements, right? So this, over this period, because depending on what time in a year, you've got half of a figure I have is on the budget for these programs is 20 billion. In addition, we believe that in the provinces there's been 3 billion allocated over this 2022 medium-term expenditure framework. There's also specific programs. So look, those are the globular figures. I think what we need to do, and the way we can be held accountable, is to break it down further so that anybody can analyze, is this department, has it actually spent on that program? I don't have that figure on me, but we can certainly try and provide that kind of breakdown. I think just giving a big figure.
Would you say that you have money that is returned to Treasury that was specifically allocated for gender-based violence programs that has not been used by departments?
So I don't have that figure, because what happens in a department, I should have the figure. I'm saying I don't have it now, because when a department has a budget.
All right, let's give him a chance to answer, please.
And when the year ends, it's only at that point you would see this was what was budgeted, this was actually what was spent. Then you still have to say within each program what was spent and so on. And a lot of that info one can certainly gauge once they produce their financial statements and you see what the actual spending is against those programs. So it still requires then a research effort to go department by department and within a department, program by program, what elements spent and not spent. But the classification may still be at a very higher level to give you the kind of detailed info that you're requiring. I think may not be that easy from published information. One needs to have a specific effort to get that info program by program.
All right. Thanks for that. Ishmael Momoniat, who is the DG in the National Treasury. We're going to open the session up to the floor. I am going to be taking, I think we'll be able to maybe squeeze in 4 to 5 questions. I see a lot of them going up on the room. No, I'm going to avoid the side of the room for now. Let me start on the far left or right. I'll come back to you. So I'm going to start on that end of the room and we'll come back to you. So, yes, the lady in the second row with the black and white jacket. Yes, ma'am. We're going to try and get a microphone to you.
Now she must get to the microphone.
All right. What happened to the roving microphones?
Here's mics. Yes, mics.
Oh, are the mics over there?
Yes.
All right. Can we give the lady in the black and white an opportunity to go first, please?
I'm also a gender non-confirming, so I'm not sure when you're saying a lady, are you referring to me?
No, I specifically pointed to her. I think you know who I was talking about.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Linda Peter. I'm from the private sector. In fact, a state-owned entity. My question is directed to the Minister, the DPSA. Minister, gender-based violence in the workplace is an unspoken phenomenon. How does DPSA monitor the scourge of gender-based violence in the workplace? Because it is not physical, it is not sexual harassment, it's non-reported, but it is economical and emotional. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. You see, so, okay, we're going to have to find a way of working together here, because we were supposed to have roving microphones. At the beginning of the session, I said we would indicate by way of hands.
Okay.
There are people that are sitting down who did raise their hands up. And I think it was, Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? So, what we will do is that I'm going to begin firstly by taking the people who respected what I said in the beginning and are seated. We'll take their questions, and then we will come to those that are standing behind the microphone. I made it very clear in the beginning. The second question is going to come from the first row. Yes, ma'am, you can please go to the microphone. Please go to the microphone. You will be followed by the lady in the white t-shirt. Yes, ma'am. You can stand up.
There's a light, there's a...
Not eyes.
Okay.
Not the people.
After you.
All right. Yes, ma'am, I see your hands. I see your hands. I see your hands, yeah.
Okay, from the Minister, Minister Zulu. My question is, why are we excluding non-funded organizations on dialogues, trainings, and meetings within the respective provinces? And why don't national office coordinate funding processes? Because in the provinces, we are not really comfortable with the process being done on funding. And then on UN Women, what are your plans in strengthening or developing shelters in South Africa? Because we did not hear anything about strengthening or developing shelters. And then public services, were meetings held with other departments to see how all activities will be implemented in line with the NSP. And then lastly, CGE, what is the criteria you're going to use to monitor those police stations that you were talking about? I thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, the lady in the white. The lady in the white T-shirt, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Kathy, this is Bernadine. We are from the Western Cape Women's Shelter Movement, and as a collective, we're going to ask a couple of questions.
Can I ask that we try and limit the number of questions that we ask? As you can see, there's a long line of people that also want to have their say.
Thank you. This is a question to the Minister of the Department of Social Development. In 2019, the CGE released the investigative report into the state of shelters in South Africa. That report concluded, and I quote, that shelters in South Africa are in a state of crisis. The recommendations that came out of that report spoke to the need for adequate funding and standardized funding for shelters across the board. On the 23rd of July 2019, the National Shelter Movement handed over a memorandum to the Minister of the Department of Social Development calling for DSD to adequately cost and sufficiently fund all shelters rendering services to survivors of gender-based violence, and asking DSD to ensure sufficient funding for the employment of minimum staff complements, including managers, social workers, social auxiliary workers in shelters. We also ask that funding models be implemented to make sure that funding is standardized and that quality services could be affected by shelters. To date, the National Shelter Movement has not received a response to that memorandum. We handed over personally in 2019.
All right.
Now, we are going forward. We have an intersectoral shelter policy that we're about to be trained in the Western Cape on Monday and Tuesday next week. My question is, 3 years later, is there a policy that is to be implemented to fund the standardized sheltering policy that speaks to adequate, standardized funding for shelters? With the conversations that are happening amongst shelter managers today are talking to managers being extremely stressed because they are unable to make payments on their basic bills by the end of this month. I would like to know what the Department of Social Development is doing to support shelters.
All right. Let's pause it there. Let me give the panelists an opportunity to respond to that first round of questions, mostly directed to the Minister of Social Development and the Department of Public Service and Administration. I'll also let you come in, UN Women.
Shall I start?
Minister Zulu, you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought you were starting on the other side. Yes. Thank you very much. With regard to the non-registered, the non-registered NPOs, I think we need to make it very clear that it would not be proper for national to be the one that does almost everything, when at provincial and at local level we've got structures. The reason why the money that is received by the Department of National Development at national level is then dispersed to the provinces, it is because we need to have a proper people who are almost close to the people on the ground. That's the first thing. The second thing is that even for accountability purposes, we need to have systems that is enabling to say that if the Department of Social Development in the Northern Cape or in the Eastern Cape the money is dispersed to them, it is because they are on the ground, they are supposed to respond. So if in case, let me finish, if in case you are not happy with what is happening from a point of view of you not receiving the kind of attention that you deserve, which is supposed to be given to you by the Department of Social Development, both at national and local level, then you have the recourse of then writing to the department at national level and expressing yourself that you are unhappy with the services that you get. Because the bottom line is that we cannot be sitting in Pretoria or in Cape Town and be expected to ensure that everything happens properly on the ground. Yes, we have a responsibility as the executive to monitor. That's why we have what we call a MINMAC, which brings the national minister as well as the provincial MECs. But if you are unhappy with the services that's being given by them, you then need to come to us and say, they are not servicing us in the following areas. And I'd like to ask the department here, the officials who are here, to go directly to the young lady, the one who spoke about the fact that they're not happy with the service, because we need to make sure that in our monitoring and evaluation, then we extend it to yourselves. They are here, they are going to talk to you. The second issue with regard to the shelters, yes, I must accept the fact that the issue of the shelters in South Africa, we must acknowledge the fact that we are not doing enough in as far as the shelters are concerned. And we acknowledge also the report that they spoke about here, which was brought to us by the CGE. And I remember very well the memorandum, and I recall we did respond. I think I need to ask the department, because in my books, I know that we responded to the CGE report. But I also want to indicate that in terms of the shelters, we have, as I indicated earlier on, I spoke to a new policy that we are trying to develop to make sure that the shelters are standardized, to make sure that the services that are rendered at the shelters are standardized, but also even with the funding. But having said about standardization, we must also appreciate the fact that some of the shelters are getting money from government, some of the shelters are fundraising for themselves to also increase the money that they have. But as a matter of principle, from a policy point of view, we agree we must standardize, because the treatment of people must be the same. When a woman and children are running to the shelter, the first point of call when they arrive there, it must be standardized. When we have to call the police, when we have to call the social workers, when we have to call all other services that are supposed to be there, must be standardized. The biggest challenge we've had is the fact that these shelters, those that are in better off places, you find that the support even by the communities is better off. But those shelters which are in poor areas are the shelters that I personally believe we need to focus on very much. And again, I come to the private sector, because even the discussions with the private sector about what support they need to give to the shelters, we are doing that.
All right. Let me give Alita a chance to respond from UN Women.
Yes. Thanks for the question about the role of the UN in shelter provision. I think your question speaks to the role of the UN in the overall sector of ending violence against women and girls in South Africa. And that role is to support civil society and to support the government in a number of specific areas, such as where needed, where requested, bringing in the global evidence base, bringing in global technical assistance as needed, in addition to areas such as developing standards, coordination, and looking at funding models. The UN are not here, we're not in a position to fund the shelter movement. What we need to do is to play our role, and civil society play their role, the private sector and government. If we do this in a coordinated way, we can improve the provision of shelter to women and girls in South Africa.
All right, Dr. Chana.
Thank you, Kathy. In terms of what measures have been put in place to monitor sexual harassment in government, what happens is that every year in April, departments submit their reports on sexual harassment in government, so that we can actually manage to know how many cases have actually taken place, how have they been handled, and that is actually put in a form of a report. And one thing is that also in terms of Section 60 of the Employment Equity Act, there is a provision that actually talks to failure of senior management within government to take action as to what measures needs to be put in place to deal with that. It's about sanctioning. And there is also now currently a move to actually also manage to label sexual harassment in the workplace as corruption. When somebody requires sexual favors from you, for you to actually manage to get something from government, it should actually then be classified as corruption and be handled as such. Thank you.
Let me go back then to this side of the room. I'm coming, ma. I'm coming. Apologies, I'm coming. Let me give you a chance to go. Yes, sir.
Thanks. As I indicated, my name is Katlego Rasibitse, the Minister of Safer Sex in South Africa. My question goes to CGE. It's been, 2022 CGE, it's been a quite difficult time to work with you in terms of the national sex worker sector. By the time you took a press release to take position on decriminalization of sex work, we took us to a lot of engagement and consultations that we feel they were meaningless, like fruitless. I want, in this conference, 2022, today, the 2nd of September, November, we need just one amplified voice from CGE on their position on decriminalization of sex work, as they also need to implement the NSP of gender-based violence and femicide. We just need one voice, CGE. We do not want to hear your deputies, your coordinators saying other things for ETV or other things for ENCA. We need one amplified voice. What is your position, CGE, on decriminalization of sex work in South Africa?
All right. Thanks for that.
Can I
yes,
go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, Kathy. My name is Mahlomo Latau. I am a social worker by profession. Now, for the benefit of the minister, let me make a plea, but I'm making a plea from the heart of a veteran social worker here. I'm making a plea on behalf of what I call the SAPSWA alumni. I'm making a plea for the minister to consult as vigorously as possible with the Council for Social Workers, with all the training institutions that is training a cohort of social workers that we're having in the country now. My plea is based on the following, Minister. During the COVID pandemic, I had an opportunity with a team of all social workers to travel the country to train young social workers who are already on the field. Alas, to our dismay, we realized that these kind of social workers that we are training, who are supposed to be engaging with people, needed nothing else but social work 101. There is absolutely no idea of clinical social work, and we don't blame the social workers themselves. We blame the training institutions. And Minister, we know that you've got a relationship because you're the one who established the Council for Social Workers to urgently ensure that training is reviewed.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
To the CGE, I don't know whether I must call it a request or a plea or a question, but if the lady who spoke is a commissioner, Commissioner O'Hara Diseko, would understand my soul for having underplayed the oversight role that the CGE is playing when we're dealing with this scourge of gender-based violence. To the question that you asked her, the commissioner decided to respond only on the role that what the CGE is doing about the police. When the scourge is so huge, and when the CGE is doing so much, if that be the case, perhaps, I'm sorry if I might be sounding insinuative, but Commissioner, the office should have prepared you to come and respond to the summit of this nature. You cannot come and stand on the stage and talk to us about the police when the scourge goes beyond the police, goes to sex workers, goes to many other things. Please I would like you at the end of it all to apologize to the summit. Apologize for having downplayed the oversight role that the CGE is playing. I am a former employee of the CGE Commission. I thank you.
Thank you for that. There was a lady who had her hand up. I recognized her first. Yes, ma'am.
Not you, her.
Yes, you.
Thank you. My name is Nombeka. I already said about who I am. I'm from Ilichalabantu. There was only one question that I want to ask. Which vetting process is used to employ government employees? Because what happened in Claremont, in Cape Town, of employing someone that was on parole, end up killing Oyinene. We want to know which vetting processes are you using? Department of Labor and the DSP.
All right, we're going to pause it there, come back to the floor and give the panelists an opportunity to respond. Yes, I'm coming, Mama. I'm coming.
I can go?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ntate Mahlumula, my brother. I fully agree with you and the importance of consultation and extensive consultation. I fully agree with you there. We will continue to engage. In fact, the council is in place. I'm supposed to also have the first meeting with the new council. But with regard to the training of social workers, I think I fully agree. The issue of clinical social workers was raised also yesterday. And I also fully agree with you that when people are social workers, may I also just say, the Department of Social Development, in all honesty, and the social workers that are either employed under the Department of Social Development or any other department, because we do have other social workers who are employed by other different departments. There needs to be an improvement in the curriculum of the training, because the challenges of today are not the same challenges of yesterday. I was in the Northern Cape not long ago, and I was informed, for instance, that even those that go to our drug rehabilitation centers, we were told that the kind of drugs that are being used today, in terms of treating them to get them out of the drugs themselves, there's a lot of new drugs that have found themselves in place, and therefore we need to make sure that there is a different training for them. And also, with regard to the kind of workers, how are they employed? I can tell you, government has got a very, very vigorous process of employment. People apply, they go through panels in order for them to be hired as whatever. But there's one thing that I think we must also appreciate. Some people can come and have all the necessary degrees, have all the necessary experience, but you cannot get into their souls. It means we must find a new way of getting into people's souls, because when people are being hired, they are hired on the basis of their qualification, on the basis of their experience. In fact, in government now, we even make sure that there's a security check on the people that are being hired by government. But what those people do, because we cannot deny the fact that the very same people we have in our offices are the very same people who are coming from communities, from societies, where the issue of gender-based violence is a problem. Right. It therefore means what government needs to do, working together with civil society, there must be a continuous and consistent training that is focused on how do you find, how do you discover those people who harbor those kind of attitudes within them of abuse. Sure. Some sit in offices nicely. Immediately when they get out of their offices, the first thing they do when they get into their homes, they change and they are no longer the same people. And we cannot make that to be a problem of just social development or government alone. It is a societal problem that we need to deal with.
Ms. O'Hara, do you want to respond?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me start with the issue raised about decree. I can say here now that the Commission for Gender Equality has got a position on decree and it supports decree. At this point, it has not been changed. The position has not been changed. Now, on the question that was raised, I don't know the gentleman's name. He was talking about that I only spoke about police. You are correct, sir. The CGE has done a lot of work, but I suppose it was the structure and the emphasis of the question. The emphasis of the question was on destabilization. I did not get an opportunity to talk about the actual work that the CGE does. When the CGE, when we had COVID, for example, the CGE was declared an essential service. And during that time, we were present. We oversaw the disaster regulations to establish the gaps. We looked at them through a gender lens. And the first set of regulations did not cover women who are pregnant, women with children, and other women with special needs. It was the work of the CGE. We were there, we were present in the hospitals, at Krisani, at Pulushong, everywhere we were there, present during the height of COVID. The CGE was there. We were doing monitoring work. We actually, during that time, even when we did an environment scan, we actually said that post-COVID, and at that time we thought it would be 3 months or 6 months, we are going to have an exponential growth of learner pregnancy. And learner pregnancy means the education outcome is negated. We have to do a plan. We did a lot of work. Right. We're looking at that. And now, at this point, we are actually saying we are looking at teen pregnancy not just as an individual thing, but with a developmental eye because of the impact, the socio-economic impact of teen pregnancy and learner pregnancy on the country. We are beginning to say the boy child, the men who get involved with teens, is it statutory rape and what must happen? All right. Also, we are looking at the issue of, we've had engagement with, last year we had a webinar on SRHR, looking at issues of SRHR. All right. Variously. We do a lot of work. The only thing is that the structure of this interview just confined me to media speculation and what those people who were being referred to as saying, which is let me talk, which is very important. I have prepared for this summit because it's very important. Gender, violence, femicide must stop. And the CGE is the result of the work and sweat of those people who struggled for a democratic South Africa. All right. And Ms. we are going to strengthen it. And we are going to hit gender-based violence. We are going to ensure that women get empowerment. And we are going to ensure that we uproot patriarchy, even from the minds of the men and the young children, I'm going so to have that to pause we have you there. The society, the non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous South Africa, of which so many people died.
Thanks for that, Ms. O'Hara. Let me come to the right side of the room. Can we just check the microphones, please?
1, 2, sabotage. Okay. Siyabonga. Cela ukusho nje ukuthi sizwile abominister basebenza kanzima kakhulu bayajuluka phansi phezulu. Siyabonga umsebenzi wabo omuhle kodwa sicela nje into eyi1 besicela nyekela ukutshontsha imali. Ngoba le mali leni itshontshayo yile ibikade izosiza thina la masiya ku state capture. i-state capture siyasikhombisa ukuthi imali kakhulu itshontshwe lapha phezulu besicela ukuthi ake kumiwe ominister ama-officials abazazi ukuthi abatshontshe is fine but sengikhuluma nalaba abatshontshayo ukuthi siyacela niye ukutshontsha sizokwazi ukusizakala because siyazi ukuthi sidinga i-36 billion ukudila ne-gender-based violence kule country. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. So there's a couple of issues here. The first is that when we marched on the 13th of September 2019 to Sandton to request a 2% levy be imposed on JSE-listed entities to contribute towards the GBVF fund, it was to talk about the fund that is going to be run by the GBVF Council. The current interim fund that is a private sector-led fund is an initiative to basically kind of shut us up so that there can be a stopgap measure in between, right? And so for Mrs. de Villiers to say that she doesn't have confidence to invest money in a structure that is actually private sector-led is very, very dodge for me. The second thing, how does the DG of Treasury come to an accountability panel without the figures of how much money has been returned? We are here to account, and we need to know how much departments are returning to you so that we can hold them to account for that. So coming here ill-prepared is disrespecting the summit. The third thing is that, Minister Zulu, the shelters are funded almost operationally only about 39%. So they have to go outside and fundraise. So if you actually did put the resources and made them available, the shelters would be able to be sustained with the grants that they get from social development, which they are not at the moment. I think it's really important that we talk about the issue of social workers and making sure that there's enough money to invest in social workers in this country. Social development is really letting us down on this one. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. My name is Lydia Mweng. Colleagues, I really understand where Ms. de Villiers comes from when she says there's an issue of trust to a point that business is failing to invest. When you look at the situation of COVID PPE, where there was a lot of money pumped into a Caucus, and when people were requested to give quotations for whatever service they could provide, there were names of government, big government officials that were mentioned in the pipeline, which means if business is to pump in money for GBV, there must be a system that will monitor the use of that money by the NPOs, not by the hands of the people who will come in and look for a share. They are always looking for a share in the money that is meant to assist the people that are assisting other people. And another thing is that, you know, when people register NPOs, they do that because they've got passion in a particular field. And some of the things that they register for are national, but you find yourself registering in the Northwest because you are in the Northwest at that time, but your programs grow to the national level. And you find that when you want to be operating with the same name in another province, you find issues with regard to that. You are told your address is in the Northwest, you cannot do your work in Limpopo and things like that. So, Minister of Social Development, please guide there and assist us there. So my emphasis is let there be accountability on the resources that are disbursed to the NPOs. Thank you.
All right, we're going to pause it there, give them a chance to respond to some of those questions. A lot of them are mostly comments, but I want to hear if, yes, Minister Chana, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Kathy. I want to just begin by acknowledging the role that has actually been played by the gentleman that you spoke now, Mpumalanga, and the retired social workers in terms of providing free counseling voluntarily across the country. It's something commendable if we can have more and more South Africans really giving whatever skills they have to actually assist in areas of concern. There was a question or a comment about corruption. in South Africa and probably what we're doing about it in government. I must actually say that we are a government that's viciously fighting corruption. And how you'd actually see this, you see it in the type of measures that we've actually put in place to really ensure that the government resources, which is part of the mandate of the Department of Public Service and Administration, government resources will be utilized for the purpose they are meant for. And lately, you would realize that there has been policies that have been developed, including what we call lifestyle audit policies that will actually go and investigate people who live a lifestyle that is beyond what is their salaries. And we also have the Fusion Center that government has actually put into place that has got all the state security apparatus coming together to actually help each other to work on corruption. What it means is that even money that is meant for gender-based violence is going to actually have to be taken care of by the same structures. We have the national hotline on abuse of state funds, or if you need to report anything as a whistleblower, we have that hotline. We have also the protected disclosures amendment bill that is also currently being improved to protect the whistleblowers. So South Africa is serious about corruption. We are aware of the corruption that has taken place in the past, and we're saying we're not looking back. We're going to continue to fight viciously in order for us to be in a position to take care of the state funds to ensure that there is that proper development across the board in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Minister Zulu, do you want to respond to the comments briefly, please?
Yes, very briefly. The first speaker who spoke about stopping the stealing of the money, yes, you also have to help us in making sure that those that you know are stealing the money, you go and report them to the police so that we don't generalize. Yes, that's a fact. We must not generalize. We must not generalize, because I agree with her when she says we must stop those that are stealing the money. One of the good things that is happening in South Africa, which I think sometimes maybe we underestimate the fact that we've just come out of a Zondo commission, which was enabled, which was funded, which was able to go out and dig out the problems where they are. We now have a report that we must make sure that is implemented. And the implementation of that report is part of assisting us to stop those who are stealing. And I still insist, don't generalize about stealing, because it's not all of us sitting here who are stealing money from government. Both as ministers, as deputy ministers, and officials. Don't generalize, because I would not want to generalize about people who are not accountable about the money that government gives to them. Let us not generalize. With regard to the issue of the shelters, I fully agree. The money that is given to the shelters is not adequate. That is the reason why we go also to the private sector, we go to the churches, we go to the people on the ground. And by the way, sometimes we can just be talking about money when it comes to shelters. I have crisscrossed this country. I have found ordinary people who have got absolutely nothing, who go to the shelters to assist in the shelters. So the money that we have in government, it's not adequate. Even with the money that we give into shelters, in my view, it is not adequate.
All right.
We need to increase it where we can. But we must also not forget about the fact that Treasury sits with a bigger issue of covering the entire country and all the issues that are related. When we ask the Treasury about money that goes back to them from the Department of Social Development, the money that is given to us that has to go to the provinces, we don't have that money that says we did not spend this one that needed to go, because immediately when it comes to us, it doesn't sit with us, it goes directly. Whether it goes to SASSA, and by the way, it is this department that is paying almost 30 million people today. whether it's social grants or all aspects of social grants, including the 350, all that money goes directly to SASSA and SASSA does the payment. The money goes to the National Development Agency and the National Development Agency disperses the money to NPOs and NGOs. Lastly, I need to make this statement. We spend partly per year, money that goes to NPOs is 80.2 billion rands. That money doesn't sit with us. That money goes to the NPOs and the NGOs. And if we need to put record on the table, where does that money go to? We have the records which NPOs have been given that money.
All right. Let's pause it there. DG, I see you want to respond briefly as well?
Yes, no, thank you. No, I think the Minister has covered, I think, just how the system works with funding and so on. I think just the additional questions that were asked, I think what I was trying to say is that the amounts that I've given are an estimate based on specific programs. Certainly as Treasury, we're happy to talk to any representatives here to see how we can improve the reporting on specific types of programs, including what is returned. What I was trying to say is that the amounts that might get returned are the entire department's amounts. It's only now that you might get, as annual reports come out, per program to see what's funded. But even that might be at too high a level. It might not give the information that many here are looking for.
All right.
And I'm saying we're prepared to engage and see how we can report better, because the basic breakdowns might be there, but one needs to do some work to pull them together depending on the question asked.
I'm going to ask that our panelists please stay in your seats, because we are going to continue with this question and answer session, especially for the people who are still on their feet and want to answer questions. You can see that there's quite a number of questions that remain, and we want to give an opportunity for all of you to have your say. What will also need to happen in the meantime, looking at where we are in terms of the time and the program, is to allow for those that are supposed to be part of the commissions to actually go to the commissions. I'm going to call Sibongile up to come and tell us exactly how they foresee this part of the program running. But we will continue with the question and answer session. The panelists are not going anywhere, and I think there's specific people, as Sibongile will explain better exactly how they envision this part of the program taking place, while the main plenary hall continues with the question and answer. Sibongile.
Hi, the panel is going to remain, so you are all going to be able to ask the questions. So, for now, what we are going to do is to ask people who would like to go to the action caucuses that did not happen yesterday and had to be carried over to today. So, you need to be able to look at the venue and then go to the applicable action caucuses that you would like to go to. The relevant people who are facilitating those caucuses can continue, and then we will also allow all the people who want to ask questions to exactly do that. So people can proceed to the action caucuses. Thank you very much.
All right, so while that takes place, we'll continue with the questions from the right side of the hall. I think the announcement was pretty clear, and you can just let us know who you're directing your questions to.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm directing my question to the Commissioner from the Commission for Gender Equality. The CGE took back 19 million to Treasury, money that was supposed to be used to protect, promote, monitor and evaluate gender equality. That money was taken back to Treasury. when we have been speaking about how we feel the CGE as a Chapter 9 institution with a very big and mammoth task is underfunded. But this institution took back 19 million. And you have a commissioner who comes here and wants to tell us that all these things that we know are hearsays, and they're from who? The same CGE in its meeting abuses a woman with albinism who's a commissioner. Such recordings are public. In fightings that make its fighting capacity to be reduced. And the commissioner comes here and tells us that it's hearsay. In 2018, we made a call, clear call, you must go to the recordings and see, on the plight of women that are arrested because they ended up killing their perpetrators when they were trying to defend themselves. There was a woman there called Martha, who was brought chained. Martha was brought in chains to come and speak about her plight. And we said we want parole for Martha. We further said we want the CGE to do a study on women that are arrested under such circumstances. But because the CGE is incoherent, they come here today and say nothing. We have not heard what she's saying. We have not seen anything of the work. So we want to know, where's that report on women arrested? And where's the parole for Martha? She cannot be used as a token. She came in chains. She cannot be used as a token. Where is Martha's parole? Where is the report on such women? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, can we just, let's give others an opportunity to ask questions, please.
Thank you, thank you. This question is for the lady from UN Women. Speaking as an activist and feminist and survivor on the ground, a lot of the things that we need to do to combat gender-based violence is engage with activist survivors on the ground, as you know. You have an amazing global policy of unpaid labor. Yet, when it comes to engaging with activists, writers, feminists in South Africa, your policy is to not to pay us. So we're asking this question, when are you changing that policy? Because we don't have the luxury, many people in this room don't have the luxury of standard salaries coming through. So this additional work which we do for you should be remunerated. To the lady from the business sector, Mandisa already highlighted on that. The other aspect is from your capacity. A lot of corporates support, promote, and celebrate convicted abusers. What can you do to stop that and to combat that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
My question, firstly, Minister Zulu, you said reporting NPOs that are not happy, they must write letters, report to your people on the ground. My question is, we report to your people on the ground, but from our experiences, Gwanele Foundation, we've been blocked, we've been kicked out of trainings. So if the very people that you are sending us to report to on the ground are blocking us, and I've shared emails with the different pillars to show them how Gwanele Foundation was kicked out of NICDEM. So who then do we report to if the very people on the ground, they are here, they are in here, NICDEM, Andre is here, Mr. Sbusiso Malope is here, the whole team is here. They can't even look at SABC in their eyes because they know that I have spoken and we feel justice for us. We are being silenced, and that is gender-based violence at its highest, because if you are trying to gag us, if you gaslight us and silence us, that is emotional abuse and it's GBVF.
So,
Number two,
CK,
I want to say,
just so that we're clear,
yes,
are these officials from the department who
Department of Social Development, my darling.
Where?
Johannesburg, Gauteng. Okay. They are writing here. Right. And then, Minister Zulu, you said we must constantly correct each other. How and when we are being silenced and gaslighted. Miss Johnny de Villiers, I want to say thank you for acknowledging the lack of structure. Because you said something that you have the money is there, but the lack of trust. because there's no structures in places. We had a GBVF in Daba under Act Now a week ago, and one of the resolutions was for private sector to trust NPOs. Why is Department of Social Development or Community Safety not taking NPOs on the ground by the hand, facilitating the handover to say, I know this NPO, I trust them, work with them. That way, that bridges the gap of lack of trust.
All right.
Why can't that happen? Lastly, faith sector, Ms. Daniela. I want to say to you, I applaud you for what you've done. Kwanele Foundation, we have an office called Kwanele Mfundisi, right? Thank you for acknowledging the damage that the faith sector causes to our people. My question is, faith action to gender-based violence and femicide, does it include the Independent Council of Churches? Because we work with South African Council of Churches, but then there's an Independent Council of Churches. Now the Independent Council of Churches is those churches that say, who do not account to anybody. They say you were not there when God called me. They don't have committees, they have nothing. And mostly GBVF is experienced in these independent churches because they get away with murder. And most of these independent churches, they are mega churches because they make money. They are here to make money. Unfortunately, I'm not xenophobic, but you find that most are non-South Africans who have opened mega churches in our country, and they are being busy either peddling drugs, raping girls, causing division within families. Mothers and children are displaced. My question is to you in the faith sector, how then do you bridge the gap? Because we advocate for the regulation of churches so that there's accountability. We don't worry what you believe in. You can believe in cats and dogs and whatever. But regulation will be able to cause for accountability. That is why our faith sector is damaged as it is.
You've had more than enough.
What you've done today is not nice, my dear. You as a woman are inflicting, silencing us as women. What you do on the left, you don't do on the right. Practice what you preach.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we just pause for a second. Our panelists from the faith sector has to go to facilitate a session. Are there any specific questions that are still geared at the faith sector?
I have one for the faith sector.
Okay, I'm going to ask that we take those so that she can respond before we let her go. The rest of the panelists, of course, will still stay. Your question for the faith sector? Okay. For the faith sector, go for it.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Simon Mjoli from Mpumalanga, representing LCCD and SA Men First. My question to the faith sector, or Ms. Daniela, is the relations between his organization and moral regeneration. Do they work together or they work separately? The last question to the minister, I just want to find out a clarity between the registration of NPOs and churches. You go to floor 1, you register an organization, stroke church. A month or so, you get a certificate, you apply for a bank account, you get all the papers ready for funding. You go back to DSD, floor 3 or floor 5. You ask for funding, they tell you that we don't fund churches. So I want to know, are they giving me the certificate to go to who for funding?
Okay. All right. Let me give Daniela a chance to go. Oh, for the faith sector. Okay, sure, go for it. Just hang on. There's just something wrong with the mic. We can't hear you. No?
Hello, there we go. I'm Reverend June Dolly Major, Western Cape, also a rape survivor. So my question to the faith sector, Danielle, is that yes, the faith sector speaks out against gender-based violence. However, when the perpetrator is a religious leader, and in the mainline churches as well, the Anglican Church, of which I am from, the Roman Catholic Church, why is the faith sector quiet when the perpetrator is a religious leader? And then also to the President in his absence, on the 6th of April, I handed over a memorandum to the Presidency's office in Tainais requesting that a commission be set up to investigate historical child sexual offenses within religious institutions. And I would like him to act on that. Boys have been raped by Anglican Roman Catholic priests over the years, as well as girls and women, and nothing have been done about it. Why is the faith sector quiet when the perpetrator is one of their own? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Questions for the faith sector?
Yes.
Okay, yes, go for it.
For the faith sector only, and then I will come after because they have to go.
Yes.
I just want to know what is it that they're doing in conversion practice for the LGBTIQA+ community, whereby the pastors and the religious leaders, they are praying for the LGBTIQA+ community for change because they believe it's demonic. That is the only one for now.
Okay.
Just for them to answer.
Questions for the faith sector? Is that it?
No, it's not fair.
Sir, in the checked shirt, did you have a question for the faith sector? Specifically for the faith sector. Please go for it.
Thank you very much. Maybe a question for the faith sector is this. When we conducted a men's dialogue, one of the major aspects that came through talked to the religion. For example, there are churches who do believe that you can't divorce. You have now a family, you've got a wife who's been beaten and everything, but because they belong to the church that is anti-divorce, then they get stuck into the relationship, perpetuating the GBVF. And it's coming down to the doctrine of the particular church. We can go further, some of the other aspects that is talking to whether they recognize marriages for the LGBTQF and other aspects. How does the church work to make sure that within the constitutional confines, which recognize some of these rights that the church might be in contradiction with, how does the church work to make sure that they can do that synergy?
Thank you for that. So what I'll do is that, Daniela, because you have to go, I'll give you a chance to respond first, and then we'll come to the CGE, to social development, Yani, UN Women, because I think that's where predominantly a lot of the questions were. Daniela?
Thank you. Is my mic working? Yeah. Thank you very much for those questions, and I really hope that after this, some of the people that are here will also join the caucus so we can go a little bit deeper with some of these questions. The question about the Independent Churches Council at the moment is not involved. Just to let you know that the Faith Action is a voluntary coalition, and we work with those who come forward and want to participate, and that there's no membership as such. It is a loose coalition, and we support one another to address some of those issues. We do work when requested by people who are stuck in a particular context, their own church context. We try and work together to find ways to support them in their particular struggles. So we are not an organization or a controlling body that comes and assists or takes over for particular people in particular struggles. Instead, we are a collective, and I think part of what I want to say is that those of us who are part of any kind of church or mosque or temple or whatever you are part of, you are also the faith sector. We are the faith sector together. And part of the vision of the collective is that as we come together and we analyze the challenges and the problems, that we together find solutions. Also around the corrective therapy, there are members or not members, partners amongst us who do specific workshops, specific advocacy work in particular areas in the country workshopping, and even in Southern African context, workshopping clergy and church leaders in the whole area of LGBTIQ+. We'd invite you to please be part of those processes and be part of the advocacy that needs to take place. And the same way, Reverend Dolly Major, it would be wonderful if you joined the meetings and the processes and speak out about the kind of support that is needed, and we work together to find ways to work within your context in solidarity, because that is what we do, rather than being some sort of oversight body at the moment. And part of the issue of accountability in general is that because there's this tussle between religious freedom and the constitutional requirements, we also need to work together and find ways to campaign to open up that question together, rather than us being, because we are also activists in the sector, and we are not here to defend the faith sector, but rather to work with you to begin to shift the discourse and the critical mass in those sectors. The relationship between the organization and the moral regeneration movement, one of the leadership of the coordination of the collective is in fact a local chairperson in her area of the moral regeneration movement. And so there is that connection. But at the moment, we haven't had the moral regeneration movement make any official kind of advances to that kind of partnership. I think the issue of silence when the perpetrator is one of our own, the issue is that we work together on those things. We recently had an online discussion on what accountability means that was quite rigorous, and there's been a request to continue with those conversations. So our role is to open up those uncomfortable conversations. And I, for example, as a member of the Anglican Church myself, am also involved in one of the dioceses where we have specifically followed through, where recently last year, a priest was defrocked for the sexual violence that was conducted. So to say that we are silent is, and who is we? I just want to bring that out again. We, as all of us who are activists, gender-based violence activists and gender justice activists, who are also members of our faith communities. And the plea is, let's work together, let's create the agendas together, stand in solidarity, and work together. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Daniela. I think I will release you from the platform so that you can get into the action caucuses. And of course, a reminder that those action caucuses are underway for those who want to attend them. Let me come back. We'll work our way this way. I'll give a chance to Alita from UN Women.
Thank you. I wanted to start with a brief observation and to answer the question. Coming as an international from a UN perspective, South Africa is a very wealthy country. South Africa is a middle-income country. I think a lot of what we're talking about today is that not everyone benefits equally. Not everyone in South Africa is living in a middle-income country. And I think some of the conversation around the shelters, the funding of the shelters, how everyone doesn't benefit equally. I guess as an observation coming from the UN perspective is we have to focus on our overall goal on how to change this. I think this is really fundamental. You know, I don't have a magic wand. It broke many, many years ago. But as the UN, as a system, we are here. I'm sorry, I can't concentrate. We are here to support the government and civil society to do this. To answer the question, firstly, please, I don't know the specific situation, but feel free to contact me directly. I would like to hear more. To answer your question from how I understand it, I certainly agree with the feminist principle of paying people for their time, of supporting activists in terms of money terms. We can't live on air. Thank you. Women do fund women's civil society directly. We fund many women's civil society organizations in South Africa and beyond. But I don't know that answers your question. You have my commitment that I will look at the global policy and the application here in South Africa. And as I said, I'm happy also to speak to you directly on this. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that. Yanni?
Well, there are few things that make me angrier in life than seeing a known abuser get support from anyone. So what I want to say, and I apologize, I keep looking this way, my eyesight isn't wonderful, so I presume the person who said it was sitting on that side. You have my contact details as well. I am a proud hellraiser within corporate. I do not care. If you see a person who is a known abuser being supported or glorified, you have my name. You Google me, you contact me, and I will cause trouble on your behalf. It's not a problem. To go back to what Business Unity South Africa is doing, we had 2 separate training sessions last year with Business Unity South Africa members on sexual harassment in the workplace, as well as harassment as a whole in terms of the harassment code. So BUSA members were invited. BUSA members know what that harassment code says, and it knows what needs to be done. That is it. That is BUSA's role, to be able to do that. It's always going to be a question of corporate accountability within companies themselves to make sure that they do as they have promised and to make sure that they perform in terms of what is necessitated in terms of the harassment code. It needs to be done. But I promise you, I will cause trouble, without question. If you see something like that, please speak up about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Minister Zulu?
Thank you very much. There was a question, well, maybe let me start from the issue of Gwanele Foundation and the fact that there are people who are in the meeting who have been working together with Gwanele Foundation, and they can continue the conversation if need be outside of here. This is fact. The Department of Social Development does not discriminate. The Department of Social Development, and when I say the Department of Social Development, there must be an appreciation. We are national, provincial, and local. And I did indicate earlier on that if it so happens that there are people who are unhappy with any of those 3 structures, they have that recourse through myself and my office to indicate what their problems are. Number 2, Gwanele Foundation says they are being shut down or they are not being listened to. You know, here is a fact. I came across Gwanele Foundation on Instagram, and I, personally, just like I came across Act Now and a whole lot of others who I see in my social media, and I inbox them and I say, I like what you are doing, and I think what you are doing is going to help us end gender-based violence. Gwanele Foundation is one of those foundations. I personally took my time, spoke to them, asked for a meeting. I asked for that meeting. I sat down with them. I spent time trying to understand what they were doing because I liked what I saw. Now, if Gwanele Foundation is coming across certain problems within the department, which they raised, by the way, and I directed them yet again to the relevant structure in the department, because here is fact. We have to cover, as ministers, we cover the entire country. But we stretch ourselves as much as we possibly can, even to individual organizations, because we are trying to reach out as much as we possibly can. So if there's an organization in this room that has got issues where they feel they are not being attended to, they have a recourse. They can talk to me, or they can talk to the people in my office, or they can write a letter and say, we are complaining on the following things. But also I want to make it straight. I don't think it is fair to also generalize even about the officials in our departments. Because I can tell you, many of those officials, they wake up, they show up, and they do the best that they can. But somewhere along the line, there are those who would sleep, and the ones who would sleep, I can guarantee you are a few. Now coming to the NPOs. The NPOs are, we have an NPO Act. And that act is what gives us as the Department of Social Development guidelines as to how we have to work with NPOs and NGOs. NPOs who are, even the churches, they've got the right to register, but there are guidelines for it. So people must know what those guidelines are. And we go an extra mile as a department, because not only do we say register, we cover the entire country through a program called Bangasali, which means Bangasali. The very same officials we are talking about, they go to the provinces and everywhere to try and assist people to understand what is the NPO Act, how does it work, how do you do your registration, how do you account. Those are the things that we do, because accountability is not a one-way street.
All right. CGE?
Thank you very much. I think I had a question about under expenditure. Under expenditure and returning money to Treasury. Yes, I agree, and we do agree as the CGE that that is not acceptable. But if you have not spent money, it is king in terms of the Treasury regulation. You have to return the money and make a submission to request the money to come back. And that has been happening at the CGE. And in fact, we have raised it as a concern to say that why are we not spending all the money? It is not much, but why are we not spending all of it? And a lot of the under expenditure was because of maybe not filling positions or whatever. But it's something that we have actually taken up as a very important point. We must spend all the money that is allocated. And we have an expenditure improvement plan which is in place. But I can tell you, Kathy, this is not 19 million. It can't be. It's far less than that. And it's actually, but the bottom line is that we must spend all the money. And it has not been happening.
All right.
But we are dealing with it.
Okay.
The other issue that I think was raised was about a parole for Martha. I think we all agree that we actually have to look at issues of imprisonment where women are accused for which have been a result of abuse, etc., etc. But I don't have an update on that. So if I can ask Kathy, that in principle we agree, it's something that should be on our agenda, on our plan of action. But I can't respond to the specific case because I don't have a report from legal.
All right.
I must also point out that, you know, we were focused on the NSP as it appeared and very specific questions that were raised. But we can have another engagement where we say, what are the cases that we are dealing with? Because we have actually also have a study about health provision in corrections for women. We have various, but this was not part of the engagement today.
All right. Thanks for that. So, you're all aware by now of the fact that we have run extensively over our time for the question and answer session. Minister Zulu has a cabinet meeting to get to. So I'll take 4 more questions for her. And then after that, have to go. Okay. Okay, fair enough.
And these people are supposed to be at Caucus anyway. No, when you come to Caucus, you must be ready for everything.
No problem, no problem. Have you also, oh, okay. You know what I think we'll do is that then we'll just make it the last round of questions. Yeah, that's the best thing to do because the panel, yeah, apologies.
Maybe you can just take
Yeah.
the questions. Let's all answer one.
Okay,
So
all
that
right.
you don't take only from my side.
Okay. Are we going to have any power? All right. I think the power is back on. Thank you so much for the interlude. We'll take, so during the break, of course, it's clear that our panelists also have commitments that they have to get to. And I think they've done the best that they can to really accommodate as many of the questions that you have had today. So this is going to unfortunately be the last round of questions that we'll be taking. And it's very clear that we might not be able to get to everybody that is on their feet right now. So I'm going to ask that perhaps there be some conversations around consolidating questions among those people that are standing so that nobody feels that their issue has not been attended to. So this is the final round that we will take, and then after that, we'll cut it where we need to. I'll begin, let me begin with the left side of the room. Let me begin with the left side of the room and give you a chance to ask.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Promise Tembiso Mthembu. I come from Her Rights Initiative. We are an organization which is formed and led by HIV-positive women who are victims of forced sterilizations. Together with the Women's Legal Center, we represent 85 HIV-positive women who were forced into sterilization. We believe that there are thousands of HIV positive women who have faced this violation, which is also torture, which is also the worst form of violence against women. Our issue does not appear in the NSP, apart from us making many submissions for the issue to appear in the NSP. So I'd like government officials who are present here to tell the president, whom we wanted to speak to yesterday, that we are women as well. The president champions work on violence against women, but he has left out. We filed a complaint to the CGE in 2015 to complain about our issue. They investigated over 5 years, ladies and gentlemen, and they found that the state violated 26 of our human rights, 26. One of the findings of the CGE report is that we're subjected to torture because forced sterilization is torture, international law. We have not received compensation for the violations. We have not received mental health care support, which is in line with the United Nations guidelines of support for the victims of torture. We have been silenced. The CGE did well to investigate our matter and validate our human rights. However, the CGE referred us back to the Department of Health in terms of compensation for our violations. And to the CGE and government, we are saying the Department of Health are abusers. If you apply the GPV logic, they are abusers, they are violators, they are butchers. They took out our wombs, they cut our tubes, they left our bodies scarred and our minds scarred and our lives ruined. But we're sent back to them to negotiate for compensation and support. And guess what? They are abusing us, even further. So we call on the president to do that which he does best, which is calling a judicial commission to investigate this particular matter. The president is presiding over a country of 85 victims of torture, but he has not said a word. Ladies and gentlemen, the Human Sciences Research Council did research on this matter in 2015, and it found that 7.6% of HIV positive women in this country are violated. At that time, the president, the sitting president, was the chairperson of the South African National AIDS Council. He did not say anything. We filed our CGE report at that time. He did not say anything. We feel invisible. We feel unacknowledged. There is this body which is called SANEC, which I want to call upon the CGE and the Human Rights Commission to investigate that body, because that body has sat with our violation for more than two decades. That body has silenced us as HIV positive women for 2 decades.
All right.
And lastly, to the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, I saw the minister walking out, but I see the DG from the ministry. We are saying we are women too. We want to be listened. We call upon the minister to hold a dialogue with 85 women who are victims of violence against women, so that the minister can hear our voices, so that the minister can see our scarred abdomen, so that the minister can see the bodies of HIV positive women without their wombs.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to ask that we had about 2 representatives earlier from the organization that you are part of. So I'm going to ask that we please give the lady behind you an opportunity to ask questions. No, yes, let her come to the front and ask questions.
Thank you very much, Minister Zulu. We thank you very much for your efforts, and we see them. I am coming from Limpopo. The issue of shelter is a problem in Limpopo. Our shelter is closing down on the 15th of December if we do not get 950,000 to buy the house. The owner of the house is enough with us because he has given us that house for 8 years without paying rent. And we are not funded by DSD yet. One other thing is the uniformity in terms of funding call, because our province is on a 3-year cycle. If you miss a funding call application, in 2022, you will only have a chance to apply in 2026. So that needs to be addressed because other provinces are on a one-year cycle. The other thing is the National Lotteries Commission. We have just recently seen the reports by the SIU where the board of the NLC, 28 million house was bought by the money that is supposed to go to the shelters. He bought a very big house that has 20 rooms, each room it has a kitchen, we want that house not to be sold but be converted to a shelter for gender-based violence. Again, NLC, their policy for shelters, when we apply to them, they are saying they need accreditation certificate from DSD. And DSD does not yet have a policy for the shelters of gender-based violence, only for human trafficking. And they are declining applications because this certificate is not there and it's a policy issue. National lotteries, it's part of DTI, it's part of government. Their policies must talk to DSD and ensure that they do not decline application on things that are not there. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'll come to the right side of the room.
Thank you so much. Straight and forward to the business sector. We cannot just sit on excuses and say the bill is not yet in Parliament. We don't want to hear that again when we come back. We need to know what is it that you can do to show that you mean business, that you need to form part of eradicating gender-based violence. Number 2 is directed to Minister Lindiwe Zulu. Minister, I'm glad that you've seen the report, you received the memorandum. It is a big document. The issue that the lady over there was raising of Limpopo shelters is in here. Having read it, knowing what is in here, there are many things that needs to be done in terms of this policy. And the entire summit was talking about it indirectly so. So apart from you having responded to it, I just need to know what is it that you have done and how far have you done. Because I know that the Tutuzela Rape Crisis Center that is built in Limpopo, it is also forming part of this report due to the recommendations of CGE.
All right.
I'm not done. 2014, CGE conducted a research. The research was monitoring the coordination, monitoring and evaluation of the victim empowerment, of which the victim empowerment has given the Department of Social Development to coordinate all the departments with it that are dealing with VEP. I just want to know, what is it that you've done since from 2014? Because the issues are still coming. The police and justice are not working together, are not communicating together. I do an activity, somebody's doing an activity that are not talking to each other to show that there is no proper coordination. After that study, what is it that has been done? 2014. This document again, it has suggested and recommended that the auxiliary social workers, the social workers and the housekeepers that are working in shelters, they need to be compensated equally like the social workers that are working within DSD. I just need to know, Uguti, from that, what is it that you have done? Has that been done? Or also, it is something else that is also in the pipeline?
All right, I'm going to ask you to try and wrap it up now, as
Yes,
you can see.
I've been waiting for long, since from yesterday. I'm sorry. This is the only platform I got. Number 3, you've raised the issue. This is directed to both you and UNAIDS. United Nations, I mean to say. You've realized, you've reported that there is disconnection between the work that is done at the ground level because social development does not have people who are working at the ground level so that information could escalate to the province, the district and local. The question that I'm asking myself is, the social workers that are unemployed, they've marched not so long to United Nations. I just need to know that both of you as you are seated there, because those social workers are the ones who are supposed to be running at the ground level to take that information that it is failing to reach the provincial level and the district level. Why are we not employing them?
All right.
It is so frustrating. Minister, they cannot even do their masters because it needs them to have 2 years experience. Try to do something around those lines. You've spoken about the criteria of employing them. We look at those posts that are issued out mostly. They want 10 years experience, they want directors, they want HODs. Where will they get that kind of experience? If they will be accommodated, it will be only when it is a position, like for an example in Gauteng, that needed field workers for 200 of them, that requested people who are having only matric.
All right, I'm going to ask that you leave it there, please. I think I've given you ample opportunity to ask enough questions. Let's be respectful to everybody else that's behind you that also wants to have their say. Sir, before you go on, there's a group of people behind you that are representing Albinism Society. I'm going to ask that you give them an opportunity to come to the front and ask whatever questions they may have.
Will I be given an opportunity after them because yesterday we were also cut? Can you please be fair to all of us?
You will be the last question that we take then.
Thank you very much.
Let's give them a chance.
Good day once more. I am Pete Fusile Nwabala from Beauty by Nature National Albinism Society. Minister, I want to say albinism is a disability. We plead that you legislate it. A child born with albinism gets to be with cancer in a very early stage because parents don't even understand how to handle a child with albinism. And then in a later stage, that child suffers from cancer. So make sure that children born with albinism receives their disability grant from birth so that parents may be able to assist and grow their children the correct way and also assist in buying for themselves sunscreens and whatever needs that albinism child needs. Secondly, we plead that education system, let albinism people get reasonable accommodation in our public schools because the majority of albinism people are dropped out of schools because of eyesight problem. So including the math that they get in school. So they end up dropping out. For that, albinism people are not managing to pass or to reach matric. So it's a challenge for them to be employed. Now, in February, we met with social development in Johannesburg. I would like to challenge social development, Gauteng and Johannesburg, particularly Mariska van der Waal. We spoke about albinism people who must be employed to package the sunscreens delivered to albinism people so that they can also get something to maintain their families because they are mothers and fathers. But still, the tender was given out. No albinism people were hired. So it's a problem. Social development must assist and and work with us so that we try and solve other problems that we can. Employing albinism people for packaging doesn't need matric, including delivering of these sunscreens to the albinism people. It doesn't need matric. So we can minus, let's include them economically. Let albinism people also receive something from the government so that they are able to live. Remember, my last point is this. albinism women suffers triple GBV than any normal woman in South Africa.
All right.
Assist us on that, Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that contribution. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Shane Griqua. I'm from Kimberley. Right. I just want to applaud Daniela for raising the issues of faith leaders and transformation in GBV. They are doing a good work. However, I want to ask businesswomen, what are you doing in other areas that is not cosmopolitan, other areas like Kimberley and the smaller farm areas? CGE, one training per quarter in the Northern Cape is not enough. You must use that money to train NGOs in the whole of Northern Cape. Your people in Northern Cape is helping us with one training per quarter. That's not enough. Chapter 9 institutions have one office in the Northern Cape. We want officers in other districts because we are a vast province. DSD, the informal trainings that we got over the past 28 years is a waste of time. It doesn't take us any further as illiterate and uneducated people. We have 500 attendance certificates not accredited. We want trainings that are accredited. Speak to Busa next to you. See, a DSD, the funds of GBVF is taken to the department. The department hires social workers for GBVF in the department. We as NGOs also want our own social workers that we can employ. Fund us so that we can do that. DSD, the last 2 points, Kathy. Trainings through NICDEN and HWR-CETA is only taken to 30 hotspot areas. So we are deprived because we are not part of the hotspot areas. Do we need to reach the spot number 28 before we get proper training? Can you please look at that? DSD, the last point. A 34-year-old lesbian was raped in Kimberley, gang raped by 3 men. Satellite bite with paraffin. No psychosocial support, no counseling from your department, no visits from your department. It's a lesbian woman. But when a straight woman is found lying behind the ditch, all MECs and government people are there. The lesbian woman was satellite with paraffin. In 2012, a police commissioner said there's no hate crimes in Northern Cape when a gay man in Kuruman was slaughtered in Kuruman. 10 years later, the newly appointed police commissioner said GBVF is not a crime. She apologized, but we want them to be educated. Please, we want Becky Teller in Kimberley the same way he rushes to Kaya, Licha, Langa, Ennerdale. We want him in Kimberley. No arrest has been made in the killing of TK, a 34-year-old lesbian. No feedback from police, no visits from the police. We are left abandoned. We want you there. Thank you, Becky Teller. We are waiting for you. Thank you, Zulu. We are waiting for you.
Let's leave it there.
It's unfair
Thank
that
you.
young people are not given an opportunity to talk.
Unfortunately,
It's unfair that young people
we
are not given an
are
opportunity
now
to talk.
literally at the lunch break.
that young people-
It's out of my hands that our panelists have other commitments. Unfortunately, that's not anything I can change. That's where we're going to have to leave it. Otherwise, they're going to end up walking off here without even the opportunity to at least respond to the questions that have been asked. So I'm going to give the panelists one last chance to respond and also give their concluding remarks before we wrap up and go to lunch.
Maybe I can start with promise. I think the department is here, even though the issue is more to do with health, but it still does fall under social development if we are responsible for the well-being of our people. I know that Promise was saying this is to the president. I'm going to ask the officials of the department, they are sitting somewhere at the front. If Dr. Promise can please come through to the front and engage with them and give them more information. And I know she's talking about the fact that the state, she feels and they feel the state violated them. They wanting compensation. They also want psychosocial support. We can deal with the issue of psychosocial support, but the rest of the issues, they'll have to be discussed somewhere else. And the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability is also here. Also to the Limpopo shelter, which is supposed to be closing down, I will ask that we engage with the department And again, when we do the 3 cycle, it is because we're trying to have a bit of order, because it's not like the money comes all the time to us. We need to be supportive of the shelters. I would like to pick up on the issue of the national lotteries. We recently had a meeting with national lotteries because we want to make sure that there's a proper coordination, because when national lotteries support either a shelter or any other institution, they need to stick to what the departments, both the Department of Social Development and the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability. We need to be sure that they're building the right institution. So if you can please come through, guys, they are here, Abe Social Development. The unemployment of social workers, I've dealt with that already. It is a problem. We've got a new strategy now, which is trying to also see other departments that can support us in terms, including the private sector, in making sure that we get, because we don't have adequate resources as a department to hire all or to employ all the social workers. Kimberly, I hear you, I feel you. I wish I could have met with you the last time I was in Kimberley. Also, please don't go far so that we can get all the necessary details. Yes, the issue related to gender-based violence and the LGBTQIA community, we need to be fair in that space and also take it that they also have their rights, they also have their human rights, and therefore we need to be supportive to them. And then the issue of training, again, the department is here. I think we'll have to look into the training and the accreditation. I'm sure the department has been engaging in that. Kathy, as a closing remarks, for me is, we are here because we need to work with each other. We are here, I go back to what I said in the beginning. We are here because we have a commitment, both as government, the private sector. This is a platform for us to commit to continuously working. These problems are not going to be resolved overnight, but we must shorten the time and we must get rid of gender-based violence, because it's very painful to travel even worldwide. And when we're busy talking about the good things that are happening in South Africa, they say, yeah, we can hear you, but here's a bigger problem. How are you going to deal with that problem? We are committed as government, collectively as government, to implement the decisions that are being taken here, but also the decisions of the National Planning Commission itself. We need to make sure that it's in place and we don't make excuses anymore about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify that nothing I said today was meant as an excuse. I was stating facts. The fact that we are excluded as business from the NGB VF bill and the structure of the board, the council, is a fact. I can't do anything else other than hope that it's picked up in Parliament and that it's rectified. I've done everything I can in NEDLAC and the other engagements we were in to rectify that. The Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities has taken the decision to exclude business. That's a fact. I can do nothing else aside from participate in panels like this and give the assurance that business will keep doing what it's doing, although it's fragmented and there is problems with it. But it will keep taking hands with NGOs, it will keep taking hands with government where we are allowed to do so, and that we will build on what we've built already. But unfortunately, it is a glaring issue. So if there's the opportunity to help business to raise awareness of this issue, we would really appreciate it. So as far as the rest of the comments go, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate here today. It was good to hear from each and every one of you, although the stories are absolutely gut-wrenching. We will continue to participate here. I genuinely hope that by the next summit, we will have more to give you, and that it won't be just a situation of our own fragmented work as we do it. Thank you very much.
Can she answer that? Lisa is coming up. That's fine. Go for it.
Okay. I think a lot of very important things have been said this morning by the South African women's movement, the private sector, the faith community, and I think a lot of very important things have been said by the South African government. Speaking on behalf of the UN in South Africa, I think there's just one thing I want to add, and that is my utter outrage at the murder of 6 women in Johannesburg, and my utter outrage about the lack of an outrage about these women being murdered. And I think that when we look at that situation and the intersectionality of who those women are, or who those women are perceived to be, and the lack of outrage that that has brought, I think that brings us to the heart of the matters that we're here to meet on at the summit.
Sure.
I have been so impressed by the dialogue, by the conversation, by the demands for accountability, and I look forward to journeying together to find a way forward that every woman and girl in South Africa could live a life free from violence. Thank you.
Dr. Chan, I'm going to give you a chance to go, and then we also have a representative from the Department of Women that would like to respond to some of the issues that were raised, but you can go first. Yes, yes.
From the Department of Public Service and Administration, I would actually say that government is actually serious about fighting the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. It's a sad occasion always to be hearing of reports about the death of women and children, while as government we will always continue to try by all means to put systems in place to ensure that we actually try and fight this scourge. And of course, we know government cannot do it alone. Together with all of us, all the sectors, whether be it business, be it the NGOs that are here today, we need to put our efforts together to try and fight this scourge. And earlier I've actually mentioned that somehow it's a scourge that has got to do with humanity. We need to look at it even from the dimension of just families. The role that the family units can actually play in trying to avoid continued existence of this scourge of violence against women and children. But for all intents and purposes, as a Department of Public Service and Administration, we will continue to develop policies as guided by various processes, because we have also acceded to a number of protocols, treaties that are sub-regional, regional, and international. The United Nations is here, and we always have given attention also to that resolution 1325 of the United Nations as a country. We try by all means to try and respond to whatever are put as requirements that may be necessary to actually help to fight the scourge. And together, I know we can make it.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Dr. Chana. I'm going to invite the representative from the Department of Women. Please just pass that microphone down. If you can just begin by introducing yourself, please. And like you're saying, you're representing the Department of Women and the issues you wanted to respond to. Of course, we're getting ready to close. We are getting ready to close the session. For those who still have unanswered questions, I'm told that some of the other ministers are sitting in the caucuses right now, attending to some of the specific issues. So if you can, please also ensure that you try and go through to those venues for the caucuses where the specific issues are being dealt with.
Thank you very much. I'm Mikateko Maluleke. I'm the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And our minister has not left. She's sitting in the leadership caucus. I'm here to respond to two things. There was a question about the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. The bill is in Parliament. So Parliament is working on the bill. There will be consultations. Society and everyone, including business, they can still go to Parliament and make their representation. The second one that I wanted to respond to is the issue that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities has excluded business. I am disappointed with the statement because first of all, there is the private sector gender-based violence fund that has been established. This is how business participate in ending gender-based violence. Minister Cele yesterday indicated that Dr. Judith Lamini, who is the chair of the private sector gender-based violence fund, and SAPS are the ones that have been working on reducing the DNA case backlog. So I'm not sure whether BUSA is participating there or not. But secondly, the issue of NEDLEC. We went to NEDLEC because we had to consult with business, with a community, with government, and with labor. The National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence is the basis for development of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence bill. So you can't go outside what the National Council, the National Strategic Plan has provided. The National Strategic Plan says 51% civil society, 49% government. So when we wanted to change and add a business, state law advisor said it must be 51-49. We can't extend it. But the definition of civil society includes business. So I'm not sure what is the problem. The way a civil society has, it's not civil society organization, it's civil society, which means all the sectors that are within civil society, they are included. So I'm not sure what is the problem or how are they excluded. But if they feel excluded, they have an opportunity to go to Parliament and make their representation.
All right.
Thank you.
CGE, we'll wrap it up with you.
Oh, there was a question about one training session not being sufficient. I think we take that as a comment that there is a need for more training. Obviously, training is very important with us. It's part of our public education and information sharing. So we'll take note of that. I said earlier that we are looking at how we rebuild the organization, which includes adding more positions, looking at how the different positions are functioning.
All right.
And capacitating them on that basis. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long morning. I think we can agree on the fact that there's been a lot said, lots of questions that have been asked, and probably still a long way before finding answers that will satisfy everybody that is in the room. A reminder again of the caucuses that are currently underway. That's where some of the officials from the various departments and other entities are sitting, where you will have an opportunity to really dig a little bit deeper where the outstanding issues lie. We also have representatives from the Department of Social Development that have been made available for those that have questions that they may feel have not been answered, in particular that relate to the Department of Social Development. To my panelists, you were only supposed to be here for about an hour and a half. It's probably over 2 hours after the fact, and you have soldiered on. Please, let's give them a round of applause, if you will. Thank you so much for your indulgence and for really accommodating the fact that there's a lot that needed to be addressed in the room. We know you have other commitments that you've had to move around, and from my part, I do sincerely appreciate the fact that you've stayed up here for as long as you have. The caucuses are continuing. We are going to break for lunch. I've been asked to let you know that if you can, please go to the caucuses. It's those caucuses that are ultimately going to feed into the final resolutions that will be taken into the summit. So that's where a great deal of the work is being done, in as far as how then, from a policy framework, do we change, do we amend, and ensure that what comes out of this conference responds to the gaps that have been identified before. So lunch is served and the caucuses are underway. I'm going to ask that they just put that breakdown of where the conversations are taking place so it's easy for you to identify just where you need to be. On that note, the program will continue this afternoon after lunch. Please look out for the announcements that have been made. On that note, I think it's a good place for us to wrap it up. And thank you all for soldiering through it all, especially if you're still seated. You are free. To my panelists, you are free to go. You are released. And so is everybody else in the room to either go to the caucuses or to break for lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. We just want to make an announcement. This hall was supposed to host the provincial dialogues, accountability dialogues. Now it's lunch, and I want us to agree in how we proceed, because all other caucuses have been going on as people were asking questions here. So there will be clinics after lunch, and the provinces are here. I've seen the MECs are here. I've seen people from the previous offices. So we need direction in terms of, do we continue with the provincial accountability after lunch so that we come with a way forward as a collective, or I need guidance in that. MEC Fante? Because I see you guys, I see the party caucus are here. So, but we need to break for lunch. So can we come back here after lunch? Thank you very much. Can we have our lunch for 30 minutes? Is it possible? It's possible. Okay, thank you very much. Then we are here after, in 30 minutes. Yeah.
to speed up the testing, which in turn will expedite prosecutions. Business and other funders to support the NPOs and CBOs to implement activities for gender-based violence at ward level. Under Pillar 2, the achievements were prevention efforts intensified across all sectors, including vetting of public servants. Civil society is very active, particularly in the hotspots in eThekwini. Community awareness and advocacy programs are ongoing. The Provincial Forum for VEP, Families and Crime Prevention is in place and is attended quarterly by DSD. What needs to be accelerated and amplified under Pillar 2, based on those resolutions, equal opportunities for upliftment for both men and women are essential. Currently, the focus on empowering women primarily triggers anger and resentment from men, resulting in further violence. Strengthen programming that addresses the restoration of dignity to build caring communities and respond to historic and collective trauma. Strengthening the community and institutional responses to provide response care and support to survivors and to the vulnerable people. The business sector should play a role in eradication of gender-based violence and femicide by joining in creating awareness and educate people about the product that they sell, such as alcohol abuse, through skills development and community dialogues. Under Pillar 3 achievements, civil society organizations are visible in their support for victims of GBV. SAPS has been conducting victim-friendly workshops in the province. All 12 districts have trained gender-based violence and femicide response teams. The TCCs and white door facilities are available. What needs to be accelerated and amplified is the establishment of more white doors. The TCC that can accommodate all victims of GBV, including families, men, the LGBTIQI+, A+, and disabled persons. Training on sign language. This could be made in the 12 official languages in the country and must be compulsory to a certain level. There should be people available in each ward where sign language interpretation is needed. Training of police officers, and on GBV where there are no GBV-friendly rooms. Business should support with park homes. Protection of victims and whistleblowers must be prioritized and should be adhered to. I'm going to hand over to Mpumalanga to read from Pillar 4. Oh, yeah. Can we stop now?
Yes. Thanks, Cookie. I said, unfortunately, some of you came after we have started. And the issue was that the provincial summits happened. It was a summit by the Premier and CSOs in the provinces. We have the report. Now, because the purpose of this summit is also, it's not only about accountability, it's about acceleration and also amplification. In your summits, there are things that, as a collective, you saw them that these ones we need to amplify so that you, as a collective, now we learn from those best practice that we need to amplify so that we do not repeat things that are not working in our provinces. So we don't go through all the 6 pillars and take out things that you think these ones will assist the country to deal with issue of GBV. I see we have Limpopo, Gauteng. So yes, Gauteng, you had your summit, and in the summit you had your discussions. So can you please share with the summit here 3 things that are best practice? And best practice, it means both government and CSOs see that these ones are helping us, it's best practice, that we can accelerate as a country to deal with issue of GBV. but also tell us what are those that were challenges, so that we know that we do not do the challenges. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, activists. Gauteng had the summit. We had about 710 attendants. Of that, we had 470 representing our CSOs, that includes the different sectors. 50 was dedicated to municipalities, and the rest were then GPG officials. Let me zoom into the three successes. Gauteng has what we call the GBVF Brigade program. We took from grassroots women that has experienced and survived gender-based violence. We've unleashed them under the banner Siyabangena, Asijigi. We are changing the narrative, and they are doing house visits. I can report to you that Gauteng do no less than 2,400 house visits a week with our GBVF Brigade women. We did not look for learned women, we looked for experienced women that know how to engage with the community. The second one, Gauteng has a multi-sectoral war room under the leadership of our MEC, and one of the outcomes of the war room is specifically dedicated to gender-based violence. It is a multi-sectoral war room. I am sure you saw Gauteng sitting as a united front when they were here. The outspokenness, the robustness is even what we do within the war room, because we believe through that we can change the narrative. In terms of our last two, what we've done is we've looked at our existing structures, and we see that as a success. We looked at our provincial VEP forum led by DSD. We looked at our forums led by Justice, etc., and we continue to utilize them. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're allowing different spaces to come into place and help us to come together. What are our challenges? We were asked for the space of time to not go into all of them, but we're generous, so we can share with you the full recommendation list per pillar. I'm just going to jump quickly to the pillars and give you one recommendation per pillar. So when we've concluded our report, we took our challenges, we looked at a solution forward, and as a collective, we have done our recommendations. I hope the team on the floor will help me if they feel I didn't pull out the biggest one. We said that as a tangible collaboration, we want to make sure that our interventions under accountability is evidence-based, well-resourced, and innovative, and that reports must be submitted to the war room so that everybody can account and give input to it. Under Pillar 2, we've critically evaluated the work we're doing in schools. We've realized that we have different approaches, and we agreed that we need to come together as a Gauteng to have a standardized, impactful plan of action when we go to schools. We don't want to go with fragmented work anymore. We really want to make sure that we give the same messaging and give the same quality. So we're going to look at that, review that, and write a new way to do it. Under Pillar 3, we shall continue picketing at courts, but we also are looking at making sure that we respond to femicide, and we respond to a database that is credible and report back on the DNA backlog, not nationally, but specifically for Gauteng, so that we can track it. Under Pillar 4, we are looking at making sure that we're becoming more inclusive of the LGBTIQA sector. We already had one summit workshop just after the summit, and we are having a next one in November, and our political leadership actually activated this during COVID. Economic power as a province, we do agree that we need to do much more, and we will make sure that we bring in and already have 3 corporate partnerships on board, but our economic cluster need to do more, and we are together making sure that we are going to do that. That does not mean we don't have successes. We have successes, but we want to accelerate and amplify that. The last one, under research, we've established our leaders. I just need to note that Gauteng has leaders for every pillar, and those leaders are represented by CSOs. We want to have, we agreed that it is important for us to have an annual GBVF academic-based research symposium so that academia, NGOs in state can account through facts what they have achieved. I hope I've responded to everything, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Gauteng. There was an issue that was raised by Western Cape that they don't have dedicated budget. And I asked the Eastern Cape, and the Eastern Cape said the budget goes to maybe VEP and other programs. Do you have a dedicated budget to implement? Hey, MEC. Staging, so do you have a dedicated budget? And if you don't mind sharing with us, so that we know that, you know, the province. Yeah.
Hey, Pambili Gauteng, Pambili. We have a dedicated ring-fenced budget to make sure that GBVF NSP is implemented. I just need to say, Chairperson, that through the world of political leadership and CSO leadership, it becomes easy then to make sure that we work towards an increase of a budget. The majority of this budget then goes, for example, to the GBVF Brigade program. And this GBVF Brigade program is not state-owned. Any CSO in Gauteng can say, we need them here, we need them there. And that's what we do. But we are open to learning. And I think that is what assists. We've also assisted, for example, our South African police services with vehicles for both VISPOL as well as FCS. Because as Gauteng, we said, we don't want our victims to be in the back of a police van. We have seen that, and then we said, let's give you cars. You will use cars and protect the dignity. We have noted there are issues in Department of Health, so this budget, we're able to assist the personnel of DOH, and it also are distributing money through our rapid response task teams, where on a local basis, they come forward, say, these are the programs we want to do, Ninkela Imali, because we want to meet the people on grassroots level.
The same question goes to KZN. Do you have a dedicated budget to implement the NSP?
All right, so in KZN, we have programs that are budgeted for by government departments that are responding to the NSP. We have got programs such as your Tutuzela Care Center, you've got victim-friendly rooms, we've got shelters, we've got specialized courts, we also have services that are provided by various government departments that are responding to the NSP that are also budgeted for. I think just to give a distinct response, yes, we do have a budget because we have got programs that are implemented across all government departments that are responding to gender-based violence and the NSP. Thank you.
So my question of budget was leading somewhere. Earlier on, we have had the complaint around shelters, that we do not have a lot of the shelters, and those that we have are not funded. And in the challenges, there hasn't been questions, none of the ones that already presented indicated that you've got a shortage of shelters. So were those not the part of the challenges? Okay. Okay. Okay, let me go to Limpopo. Limpopo, you had your summit. You had the questions. What were the achievements from implementing the NSP? What are the challenges? And what are those programs that you think are best practice that can be accelerated and amplified?
Thanks, Madam Program Director, and good afternoon. My name is Khomotlo Kwamaibele from Limpopo. Yes, we had our provincial summit. Maybe let me start by saying we started with district summits. We have done all 5 districts, and in our summits, we had collaboration with all civil society organizations, the faith-based, and also business sector. Maybe also to highlight that as one of the good things that is happening in the province, our business sector, we've got collaborations with mining sector, the Glencore, the Anglo-American. They are working very closely with us in relation to implementing issues of gender-based violence. After the district summits, we managed to hold the provincial summit with all the partners that, the stakeholders that I've just highlighted. But one other critical thing maybe is that the Provincial Gender-Based Violence Committee is in place. It was launched with all the stakeholders that I've mentioned, higher institutions of higher learning, the departments, all the justice cluster departments are part of the Provincial Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Committee. We have also CBOs and other organizations. And to date, we have managed to we are about to launch both Vembe and Waterberg district technical committees on GBV. We are assisted by United Nations on that. The good thing, Madam Program Director, that maybe one has to all just highlight is that we have a very good relationship with, or very good collaboration with the civil society. To date, a date has been made, there's been a commitment that during the 16 days of no violence against women and children, we will be launching the CBO forum, which is going to assist us in ensuring that we address these issues as they needed to be addressed. And okay, I've already highlighted on the collaboration with the business sector. Both the Anglo-American and also the Glencore have donated some park homes to some of the victim empowerment centers. And at the moment, I think it has already been highlighted that we'll be launching, we'll be actually opening the Dilokong Tutusela Center that is actually being donated by Glencore in particular. So our relationship with business and civil society is actually very good. Of course, we've got challenges. I think funding is a serious challenge in Limpopo. On NPI only, we had 14,144,000. And looking at the diversity of the province and the vastness of it, you realize that 14 million is not enough. That is why most of the NPOs are complaining that they are registered, they are running programs, but they're not funded from government. So funding is a serious challenge, and we only have one government-run shelter in the province, which is Kuseleka, based in Polokwane. And as a result, we're having a challenge in that area because, in principle, we must be having shelters in all the districts to can be able to accommodate victims next to where they come from, and The other challenge, I think, is a challenge to quite a number of provinces also, is the issue of marketing NSP. We have realized that as we were convening the provincial summit, that NSP hasn't been marketed broadly. I think that is something that when we go back, we need to look into that and ensure that for us to be able to implement it in totality, it needs to be marketed broadly. But also, Madam Program Director, I think as we marketing the NSP, it must not be a social development issue. It must not only be the Justice Cluster Department's issue, because what we have also seen as a challenge is that it is like only the Justice Cluster Departments are implementing issues of gender-based violence, while all the other departments, if we have to be honest, we need all organizations, all sectors that are there to actually do their part. The traditional affairs, as a sector in particular, it needs to play a very important role, because they in the communities where there are a lot of people that they are looking upon them in number of issues. So if we can have our traditional affairs and our faith-based playing the ball, we might be able to address quite a number of things. We might be able to win. And maybe to also indicate that we report quarterly to the JCPS cluster, which is well coordinated, and it actually holds us accountable in a way, because you need to, on quarterly basis, report on the recommendation and also the decision that has been taken in the last cluster sitting. I'm not sure if I've been able to address, I've highlighted the issue of budget, that for funding a non-governmental organization, the budget there was 14 million, and for the running of the programs, I'm only talking about the budget that is within the Department of Social Development. For running of the program, the budget was around 17 million this financial year. So that is what I can report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought you were from the Premier's office. Now you have clarified that. You are from DSD. So DSD, with all the programs that has to deal with violence against women and children, you are saying you only have 14 million. Wow. Okay. I'll come back to the second question when I come back to you. We're now joined by Mpumalanga and Free State. If you're not here when we started, we're not bringing all what came out of the summits, because we know the summits happened. So we are asking that you share with us the three things that came out from your summit that were the successes, and then you also share with us those challenges. And out of the summit, what are the things that you want to share that you think if we take them and accelerate them, we will make a dent in violence against women and children? So I see Mpumalanga wants to go before you.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. It's a good day, and we are blessed to be here to listen to the voices of the stakeholders and different partners on this fight, which has now been defined as the first pandemic. I am Lindama Palala from the Department of Social Development in the Free State province, but we work well with all other stakeholders in the fight against gender-based violence. We also hosted a very successful provincial summit. The NSP is driven and located in the able office of our Premier. And there's been quite a lot of initiatives that have been taken to institutionalize NSP. I think immediately after the launch or adoption of the NSP, the Office of the Premier coordinated a number of interventions to ensure that the province knows about the NSP. Part of the engagement, which I think is something that if it's not done by in other provinces might be critical to ensure that you institutionalize NSP. There were a rollout outreach programs to all districts. Remember that after the local government elections, there were new council that came in. So there's been that outreach, roadshows to ensure that not only the executives are engaged, but also people that are in the administration dealing with the gender-based violence. Above all, there was an appointment of district coordinators at the level of assistant directors to coordinate the work of NSP in all districts. And there's been a constitutional setting up of different structures at the provincial as well as district level, forums that coordinate the work of the NSP. And the good thing is that because mainly, if you do not provide terms of reference and you do not have the work plan, such structures in most instances end up collapsing. So these forums, there's been terms of reference that have been developed to guide the operation of these forums. And I think during the provincial summit, Premier expressed that she would want to constitute a technical committee that will provide oversight in terms of the implementation and reporting on NSP, which I think it's a good practice. Moving forward, there's also been other initiatives to engage other key population groups. There's been I think it was workshop or conference on widows. And in that platform, a number of stakeholders, even banks, as well as SARS, were invited to come and make presentation. And we listened because once a man of the house passes away, widows get exposed to very harsh treatment from their family members. So we're also looking at the issue of now proper targeting. And I think that's an issue that the President also raised in terms of reaching out to men and boys. So as a province, as part of the social behavior change, we are now starting to roll out a program, and we are funded currently now, I think about 14 NPOs that will specifically deal with the issues of boys, men and boys championing change. About a week or two back, we hosted what we call Father and Son Walk of Hope on a singular day throughout the province because we wanted to have greater impact. Coming to the other issues, let me talk about Bloomspruit, which is a hotspot in the province. We are glad to report that we have got a very strong and functional intersectoral stakeholder committee that is working in that area. And a number of initiatives have been involved, and work plan was also developed, and there was also a conscious process also to go and engage ward councillors to be part of the initiatives in the area. Moving forward, with regards to shelters, I think we are working very hard to ensure that there is a footprint of GBV shelters throughout the province. We currently have 5 shelters, and the only district that does not have a shelter for now is Harib. And we have committed ourselves to ensure that in this financial year, that shelter will be established. I think part of the challenges that we have with regard to establishment of shelters, we are not in the built environment. And most of the time, we have to take as social development part of the money that must go for service, and then it goes to assist in terms of setting up infrastructure, because even when you get a house that is in a state that you then, because there are norms and standards that regulate shelters, and that's the area that we are currently working on. I think also in this month, we'll just be entering also into a performance contract to establish a new safe house in Botshabelo. Around the issue of women empowerment, I think that's one area that we need to amplify and ensure that we increase our footprint in that area. The department has also decided to fund what we call women cooperatives. And we want to expand on that to ensure that procurement in government get linked to those women cooperatives. And as the department, we have already started. I think the other issue where we're also making serious inroads is our collaboration with TCCs. We have what we call in the province dedicated GBF social workers. Those are assisting in the TCCs. We have also placed them in police stations. We have also placed them in courts. But of course, the number is very small. I think part of the intervention, we need to ensure that we have more social workers, but there's also a training that will be required, because the issue of streamlining or mainstreaming other population groups, particularly the disability sector, as well as the LGBTQIA community, that we need to ensure that our shelters and all our programs, even those that are run by NPOs, that they need to be sensitized and they need to be empowered to be able to deal with those population groups. As we continue addressing the issue of expanding our footprint and services to other population groups, we have started, I think, last financial year, and we are continuing even the next financial year. We want also to institutionalize the program that will help. It's a development and support program for commercial sex workers. So those are major initiatives that the district, that the province is being involved with. For other, I think, progress, I think colleagues on the floor, they will be able to end if the chairperson provides that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your inputs. I see a lot of work have been done. Noordkap, where are you? As I call Mpumalanga. Noordkap. Greg, are you? No, Greg is here. So I wanted to make sure that he comes to the front. So Mpumalanga, you've had the questions. You had your summit, your 3 achievements with the NSP, the challenges, and what are those that you want us to amplify and take to scale?
Thank you, Chair. Nandi Shongwe from Office of the Premier, Mpumalanga, from Office on the Status of Women. We had our summit on the 17th and 18th of October at Secunda, Graceland. Physically, we had about 480 participants, and we had about 1,300 plus those that participated on YouTube and Facebook. And our summit was a huge success. To note that we had about 80% participation from civil society. And also we had more or less many sectors represented to the summit. Looking at the achievements, I will just highlight a few because I won't highlight all of them per pillar, if you may allow me. Yeah, I won't highlight every pillar, but I will just summarize. Yes. So what we can indicate as Mpumalanga for achievements in implementing the NSP is the National Strategic Plan on GBVF is that currently as a province, we are almost at the, I think in a month time from now, we will have an approved provincial strategic plan on GBVF. Yes. That's one of the achievements that we have, though it is not yet finalized, but we are saying in a month's time, as soon as EXCO sits, we will have that plan achieved. And also, we do have multi-sectoral structures on the ground in municipalities, in all the 17 municipalities and the 3 districts. They are there dealing with issues of gender-based violence, but currently the challenge is that we are still working on those structures to be aligned to what the NSP is saying, to say all structures in the local level and district to provincial one level must be chaired by the executive mayors and by the premier and co-chaired by one civil society. We are working on that. And also we do have a provincial gender missionary that sits each and every quarter that is coordinated by Office on the Status of Women. It's a very active structure in the province that has, it's a multi-sectoral structure that sits each and every quarter. So one of the achievements in that sitting is that each and every quarter when we sit, one of the standing items in our agenda is issues of gender-based violence, where we account on what have we done in implementing the NSP. So I can also highlight one of the achievements is that each and every provincial department in the province, all of them, 12 of them, they do have programs that are dealing with GBVF according to their mandates. And also one of the achievements also is that we do have dedicated officials that are GBVF champions in the province, in the provincial departments, and also in the municipalities. There is a dedicated budget, though it's not all departments. A dedicated budget for issues of GBV. We do have dedicated budgets in Department of Social Development, where they are looking at victim empowerment programs, and also DOJ also has a dedicated budget for sexual offense courts, and also Department of Community Safety and Liaison. They've got a number of programs as they are the lead department in the province when it comes to issues of GBV. So they do have a dedicated budget. So now the other challenge that I can mention in relation to budget is that when it comes to other departments, you do find that there is a budget that is strictly dedicated to a certain program, for an example, to target groups. But that budget has to be shared amongst other programs, for an example, your youth development, older persons, disabilities. So we are still working on us having a dedicated budget only for GBVF with other departments. So looking at we are funding DST is funding also 23 shelters in the province. And also we do have about 18 social workers that have been recruited since the implementation of the NSP. Those 18 social workers are an additional, so to the social workers that we do have in the province, but those ones are social workers that are looking solely to issues of GBV. So they are spread in all the 3 districts, though we still need to recruit more. So looking at the challenges, the budget, I've highlighted that some of the departments do not have a dedicated budget, though the budget finds an expression amongst the shared programs. So we still need to have a dedicated budget so that we know as a province how much are we spending on programs on GBVF. And also, we still need to fast track, accelerate the finalization of establishment of the provincial task team where the Premier has to co-chair it with one civil society. We do have that structure in place, but it has still to be endorsed by the Premier, and then it can start being functional. So we have to accelerate that. And also, the other challenge is that we do find focal persons that are dealing with issues of GBV. Those focal persons are dealing with a number of programs, a basket of programs, as I've mentioned, that is still a challenge, that you find a focal person dealing with so many programs, your youth, disability, older persons, you know, and that, and that, and that. So you find sometimes the budget is limited to issues of GBV because one budget has to be shared amongst those programs. I must also highlight that one of the key resolutions from the summit is that we need to finalize, we have to take the resolutions that we undertook from the summit and action them. And also, there are some of the resolutions that we dedicated ourselves that they have to be achieved before this financial year. And also, we need to finalize the PSP, as I've indicated earlier, and it has to be costed. And also, we need to have a dedicated official, 2 of them, that will be dedicated to oversee each and every pillar, so that we know that every quarter when we sit, at least we do have a dedicated official, since the Office on the Status of Women does not have enough personnel. So we thought, let's have other people assisting us in monitoring the implementation of the strategic plan. And also, we said we need also to have adequate budget dedicated to GBVF. I think one of the things that we can highlight as best practice in the province is that we have a functional and active provincial gender missionary that really deals with issues of gender-based violence each and every time we sit. And all the sectors, your civil society, as I said, it's a multi-sectoral sector, but the only challenge is that we don't see private sector coming forth, even though you invite them, but we still have to do more to ensure that they participate actively. So I think that is one of the strong points that we can mention. And also we have a dedicated political champions support that are supporting us in dealing with issues of gender-based violence. Hence, we were so frustrated when it comes to us coordinating the provincial summit because we didn't have a dedicated budget for that. But the Premier came forth to say it has to happen, there is budget, and ensured that we have enough budget to coordinate the provincial summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I've got Northern Cape, and I was not aware that I'm missing Northwest. So Northwest is not here, but we'll have Northern Cape to come to the front. Yeah? I've not opened for questions. Is it a question? I've not opened for questions. So Northern Cape, come and share with us. There will be time for questions. Hey, I've called all provinces. Those that are going to present must come to the front. Ntate Moruti. Kiri, Hegitoma, Kibiri the province. So get north. Hone anong kiri ke shota ka Northwest. Where is Northwest? Oh, Igai Northwest. Nkarabe ngwaneso. Where is that mic? There was a rooming mic. Okay, Northwest, thank you.
Huh? Now we want to address that question. I agree we are here about accountability and honesty. So we must be honest. Huh?
Northwest, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Go.
No, there's no report on the first. That does not make a mistake.
There's no report on the first?
No, let us not go there. There's
Okay.
no report. Nobody must report what is not there.
What do you mean?
There's no report.
There was no
That's why we
summit?
wanted to.
Was there no summit?
That's why we are saying we don't want to further embarrass ourselves
Okay.
by taking our dirty linen here.
All right.
Let's just note that the Northwest doesn't have a report, does not have any person to report, because we don't want to embarrass ourselves.
Okay.
With due respect.
Okay. Northern Cape, please come.
Thank you, Chair. I think in the Northern Cape there's been a number of things which has been done over the period of time. Let's start looking into where did we come from. One is that EXCO adopted then an implementation plan which was coming from all sectors in the province on resolution number 2107-21 as well, where all sector departments then have committed a number of key issues then into those plans, and then submitted then what we call it monthly reports then to the Office of the Premier and then to the GBV Secretariat. Then an EXCO team was appointed, which was 4 MECs, MEC Social Development, MEC from Safety and Security, MEC from Education, and then MEC from Health as well, which comprised that what we call at national the IMC, which is now the IMC of the province as well in terms of the 4 MECs responsible for that. Out of that then, a secretariat was then appointed, which is comprised of about 5 officials from various departments dealing the secretariat work then of the GVF secretariat team, where there's a full technical team as well in the province from various departments, which basically means that once after every 6 months as well. Now the achievement out of it, which have accelerated so far by the province, is the following that we have localized an NSP to 92% of district municipalities and local municipalities in Northern Cape province as well that, where all those municipalities currently today have adopted then resolutions of localizing their NSP at the district level and at some local levels as well that. We're now virtually finalizing our 100% processes of localizing the NSP, which will be done before the end of the financial year, where we'll be based, and then we'll be talking to 100 municipalities, 100% of municipalities in the province. Then currently, we got 2 RET teams, which is then in Springbok district, and then also then into ZFM district as well that, where some of the delegates are here today as part of the RET team when it comes to it as well. Some key achievements that we can basically say that the first district forum has been formed, which is then in the Francis Bart municipality, which will be chaired then by the district mayor, and all sector departments will be part of it at the district level, and all NGOs then and civil society will be part of it. Towards the financial year ending, all districts will have then what we call district forums on the same modality then, looking then into the matter as well when it comes to it. The issue of financial accountability and financial allocation is that it has been getting fenced by various sector departments in terms of plans that they have done, then inter-implementation plan, dealing with the issues as well that. So we do receive then what we call that as a secretariat and monthly meetings as well when it comes to it at the provincial level. And then we compile these meetings there, which are supposed to submit then to Premier's office, and it goes down, it have to go down to presidency in the terms of the way then the work that the Northern Cape government have done, in the basis that we have seen what is currently happening as well. Some achievement is that some areas had reductions in terms of key issues we have accelerated into the challenge. The president then did make an announcement around the Women's Month on the 9th of August on a 42% reduction in some of the hotspots in the area, through the basis then of 100 challenge as well, which is a huge achievement because as part of the initiative, we identified 22 floodlights were damaged. We can proudly say today that 72 floodlights has been repaired by the South municipality as part of the key issues identified in terms of the challenges and in the problems as well, where we can basically say in those areas. And we can further also basically say that it have also created a vehicle of clear partnership between civil society and other organizational levels as well, including private sector, to see that the 100 challenge then have become a key priority in the area when you look in the base of it as well. That in the summit, we had 250 delegates in the summit. We can proudly say that of the 250 delegates, that 52% of those delegates were coming from civil society. Key resolutions were adopted into the issue of the summit. One of them was basically that full partnership needs to have a look with civil society, and then full partnership have to be looked then with private sector in the basis, looking to various initiatives in terms of the basis that we need to look then in the basis of the North Cape province actually have done. We can also proudly basically say today that the province is in a base of basically say, we did look into gaps being there, and with the leadership of the current premier in the province, those gaps have been looked upon, and premiers actually then given a clear attention of various departments when the matter comes to that as well, that end of the day that. In conclusion, the Northern Cape is basically putting key strategies together, where those strategies then will then be accelerated. One has been presented on by the Secretariat to the task team of the 4 MECs, which will then go down basically then to EXCO, which will be implemented. Thanks, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg. Did you talk about the appointment of the MEC? How do you, I want him to talk about that, because every time we speak of the challenge that the national gender machinery has, because we've got the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, we've got the Minister for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, but we do not have the MEC for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Now, the Premier in the Northern Cape has just appointed an MEC for Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, the first in the country. So I thought you'll shine, but that's fine. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, at least now you are able to say, even at the provincial level, minister now can have a min-max, because at this point in time you find that it's OSW, some of them are not functional, so you don't know who you're talking to in the provinces. Now, I'm going to call Northwest and to come and give us their input, and we will discuss after that.
Good afternoon. My name is Dineo Maribe. I'm from the Department of Social Development. The Department of Office of the Premier is not here. They are the ones who are supposed to present the report. But I cannot go back without, representing our province. Because I know that the summit, Provincial Summit, took place on the 21st of October. And as Northwest Province, we have been implementing the National Strategic Plan. And here are some of the achievements that we can mention as a province. Some of the achievements. We have the Provincial Committee on Gender-Based Violence. However, it needs to be strengthened, because there are departments and civil society organizations that are not represented in that committee. And the other thing that we are proud of as Northwest is the buy-in, the support from our EXCO, the resolution to make sure that outreach programs are done, are performed by all the departments monthly. So this responsibility was given to the Department of Social Development to coordinate, to make sure that every department conduct outreach program, 2 outreach program per month, and they report. We have an approved 365 days plan to fight gender-based violence. We are also engaging men in the fight against gender-based violence. Already we have launched 2 district men's fora in Ngakamudiri Mulema and Bujanala. We are implementing men's program in partnership with our civil society organizations in the 2 districts. We call it Monna Emelela program. We have gender-based violence combat activists who are within Ngaka Mudiri Molema. Their responsibility basically is to identify cases of gender-based violence and link them with the relevant services. So we are aiming at rolling out this program to the remaining 3 districts. We have 20 centers that are providing sheltering, 22 shelters that are providing sheltering services with bed capacity of 108. We have dedicated budget for gender-based violence program within social development, located within victim support services program. And also children's services. We have 48 million for funding of organizations that are looking at protecting children, and 15.9 million, which is for funding of organizations that are providing services, victim support services. We also have COSATMA, Community Safety, which also has budget for a gender-based violence program. They are funding some of our organizations. In terms of challenges, we are saying there is still fragmentation and lack of synergy and collaboration among different stakeholders. We need to make sure that, you know, we are united, our services are coordinated. And we are still looking at the funding that we have. We're saying it's limited, the funding for organizations. If we expect our organization to perform as expected, we need to increase funding. Yes, we are engaging our men in the fight against gender-based violence, but however, we are saying we need maximum participation of men in ensuring that we fight the scourge of gender-based violence. We are saying we need to broaden the Provincial Gender-Based Violence Committee, make sure that we have all the key departments in that committee and our CSOs are represented. And in terms of monitoring, in all the pillars of the strategy, we say we need officials that will be dedicated per departments. So each department, each pillar must have a department looking at that pillar to make sure that we report and to make sure that that pillar is fully implemented. Thank you.
Okay. We have the 9 provinces who had summits reporting on what has come out of their summits. And Northwest was saying the Premier's office is not here, but because they did attend, there is no way that they're not going to report, as we will not get what is happening in the province. Now, we going to try to summarize this. And in that summary, because I gave Eastern Cape and Western Cape an opportunity from the CSOs who also attended the summits to say, actually, from us, a best practice would be if we take this one and accelerate it, will make a difference. And you have had the mic for a long, long time. Unfortunately, I don't know the name, my brother. You will pardon me. On the second row.
Is it audible? Oh,
It's
thank you.
audible now.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. What I would like to raise, in fact, it's to all provinces. Kindly accelerate the inclusivity. Where I am staying, I can tell none of this summit included people with albinism.
Okay.
None. So inclusivity is very much key. And albinism people suffers a lot of GBV. So segregating them or sidelining them will never assist. So it says that our government says albinism people in South Africa do not exist, because there's no way where government includes people with albinism in their programs. Lastly, we do have the United Nations ambassador came to South Africa, and we elected a temporary structure to work with you that is called a National Albinism Task Force. But you are still not recognizing that task force as the government. So it seems as if albinism people will struggle forever. Because if we have our own people that we elected and you reject them without reasons, we don't know why you're rejecting them.
Okay.
So
inclusivity.
please assist us in that manner.
Yeah.
Especially, what is this province? Yours, Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga have their own people that they want to work with. They don't want to work with those we elected. So please respect the decision of the people. We elected people because we have trust in them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So your acceleration is for all provinces? Yes, even though Eastern Cape says no, in their summit they had people with albinism. But the message will capture it as part of the recommendations. Can the mic go to the minister, please?
Amandla.
I
was being intimidated by people behind me, program director.
Okay.
Ukari bar abazarutlo bula. This session, you know, we waiting for how long? But la pam salibon. So I almost.
No, I bula mar kiki 1549. So ki 24, and then Reneliba Barobalamo. It's 5 to 4 now. There are people who will be sleeping over, but there are people who are traveling back. So we need now to look at time and agree that at 5:30, the program says, Siko? The program says 4:30. No, 6 is the finishing of the entire program, not here. Yes. Here is 4:30. Okay. Yes. Minister?
Well, I raised my hand not to do the closing because there's someone who dedicated to do that. I've done my part when I was meant to. I just wanted to say to our brothers and sisters with albinism, you are very much part and parcel of the population of the Republic of South Africa with all the rights as enshrined in the Constitution. So if there was some structure that you think should have gone somewhere, maybe if it has gone to SANAC, share it with us. I'm sitting next to the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. I, Maite, had 2 weeks ago represented the Deputy President in Mukhanyagude Hospital, I've never seen so many of our people living with albinism who came, President said albinism, who came and represented themselves in a hospital with pride. So you are not an add-on. Your demands are the demands of all people with disabilities. We apologize if there has been a misunderstanding anywhere. Please calm down, because the structure you're saying has been launched. You yourself say you're sitting next to someone who says it wasn't. Structure or no structure, bring that whatever you have, let's integrate you with the people you should be integrated with, us. So don't feel like you've said something out of the ordinary that you shouldn't have said.
Okay.
You are here because you belong here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. So the DG is in front. As Minister is saying, maybe the structure was done before, so bring it. We've got a chief directorate in the department dealing with disability. There is no way that we can exclude. So bring that structure to the DG who is sitting in the front. Now, again, this process, we say, is a process to assist us to accelerate best practice. The challenges and everything that we had, we discussed them at the summit in the provinces, so that when we leave here, you can look back somewhere in the recommendation and say, that program that is being implemented by South Africa, I brought it on the table because I knew it will make a difference. Maybe in 3-4 years, when you look at some of the programs that are being made, it will be, they are accelerated because you made an input. So I'm giving that opportunity to, again, for KZN, CSOs did make an input. Western Cape CSOs made an input. Gauteng, with all the beautiful presentation, is there anything that she forgot that you thought, this one, if all other 8 provinces, I mean, for me, the brigade is one of those that must find themselves in report. If people go door to door, that's where we're missing a lot of survivors and victims. So we want to say, to hear from you, Gauteng. So we're not speaking broadly. It's a province-specific program that you think this is a best practice or this challenge, but we have already seen how it can be resolved. Let's go Gauteng first. You are well represented. Wow. Gauteng, thank you very much. Limpopo?
Mara was Eddie.
Oh, are you Gauteng? Sorry, I missed you.
Thank you, Chair. We wanted to add also as Gauteng, one of the achievements is that we have a e-panic button app that has reduced the response time to victims, that victims can be reached within 5 to 10 minutes.
Wow.
Through pressing the app in partnership with the private sector.
Wow. Thank you. I mean, that is a best practice. That is a best practice. So you are able to intervene before the person even dies because it's fast. So no, thank you, thank you. Northwest? Not Northwest. Limpopo. Best practice in Limpopo that you thought was not covered, or she covered everything? You are covered. Thank you, Limpopo. KZN spoke, but I think there was one thing that you also indicated that I heard from Mpumalanga. They have a strategic plan, their province, and yeah, Maybe share with us? Yeah.
All right, so in KwaZulu-Natal, we have an approved gender-based violence and femicide strategic implementation plan, which is aligned to the NSP, and it has been approved by the Executive Council. That's one of our achievements. But the second one is that the GBV report, in the absence of a GBV council at the moment, is presented to the Provincial Council on AIDS. So where the Premier, the MECs, Director, District Mayors, as well as HODs sit. So we do have a council that acknowledges our GBV report at the moment in KwaZulu-Natal. I think those are the two critical ones. And I think the other one is that we are in the process of strengthening our public-private partnerships with the private sector. We have got KZN Gaming Board that has come on board to support the province with the refurbishment of our victim-friendly rooms, as well as our shelters, as well as also installation of Apollo lights in our hotspots. We also have the KZN Liquor Authority that's also coming on board to work with us in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. The other achievement also is that we have got a gender-based violence technical working group that is made up of government departments as well as civil society. We deal with high-profile GBV cases instantly as and when we receive them. The members are also here. One of the other key highlights for KwaZulu-Natal is that we've started to establish ward-based rapid response teams. Yes, we do have them at district level, but we are going deeper to say, even at ward level, when there's a case of gender-based violence, it needs to be responded to at ward level. I think those are the key ones. The last one is that we are integrating all these structures into our Operation Sugmasake OSS DDM. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Free State? Okay, you are the first. Mayor, you are the second. And Ntatali, next to the mic, you are the third. Actually, we're going to stress. Come on, Free State.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I will just want to, let me start by acknowledging the report that Ntate Maphalala gave. It is indeed a true reflection of what has transpired in the Free State. My name is Malifu Lebesa. I'm a gender-based violence and femicide program coordinator in the Office of the Premier. I would like to just add that in the province, one of the achievements that we have acquired as the province is to ensure that an establishment of the rapid response teams in all the 5 districts happens. And towards the Provincial Summit on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, we had 2 district coordinators that were appointed, responsible for Fezile-Dabi district as well as Mangaung district. And as part of the resolutions of the summit, we have ensured, or rather the Office of the Premier has just also appointed the remaining 3 district coordinators for Thabo Mofusanyane district, Lijwe Liputswa, as well as Karib district. So at least we have 5 coordinators in our province. And also we have the rapid response team on GBV at a provincial level that has been established. And we have always had the technical team on gender-based violence. However, the Premier has decided that she will also resuscitate the structure to ensure that it includes even the new departments or new appointees in departments. And it is it's of a vital importance to allude to the session that we worked very close with the civil society. We worked very close also with other departments in ensuring that we not only have the summit, but gender-based violence, the sketch is being taken care of in our province, and the forums are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mayor number 2, Ntate number 3.
Oh, should it be me?
Aw, dipalo di reng? Ke le mme ke number 2, ntate ke number 3.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Barbara Baisam from Curious Future Movement from Fezile Dabi District in Sasolburg. One of the greatest achievements in our district is an establishment of a shelter. It's a brand new shelter which was launched on the 26th of August. And we have to say from the CSO side, collaborating with the business is what made the shelter a success. Yes, DSD funded most of the renovations, but to put it in a state where we can say it's a home, it took partnership with the private sector. So we wish for the department to accelerate that relationship because we are proof that private sector is ready and willing to fund the fight.
Thank you very much.
Some of the other achievements include, amongst others, the 2 pilot 100 days challenges, one that was held in Bloemfontein and the other one that was held in Machabeng. The classical example of a successful story was the resuscitation of the local GBVF forum, and which includes the victim empowerment element and the development of an integrated referral system in Machabeng. This was a very broad and successful intersectoral collaboration of government and civil society organizations. The one in Bloem was tackling a backlog yard maintenance cases. And this proved to be actually above the targeted number of cases that were to be pursued. The Bloem sprayed. Oh, I thought somebody was telling me something.
Okay.
The Bloem sprayed hotspot area was actually an intervention of. Can I allow the ma'am to sit down because she's talking? She's actually disturbing. Yeah. The Bloem sprayed hotspot area was a maximized attack of many other civil society organizations. And mostly, what was interesting is that 80% of the civil society organizations that were involved in this hotspot area, they had received funding from Solidarity Fund. And it was a multiplicity of services. Actually, the police stations around this area were one of those that were under the microscope of the entire SAPS regime. And there have since been some bit of improvement in that regard. Sitshabelo Family, Child and Care Services had refurbished a victim-friendly room at that police station. The 2 major recommendations that want to be pursued, it's the issue of municipalities in the Free State that does not seem to be geared up to put in gender-based violence as a strategic agenda. However, a commitment was made at this particular summit. SALGA and CGE it's recommended that they should be monitoring those. Then lastly, the University of the Free State, when an appeal was made to them to follow the implementation of the different programs at the hotspot area, dreaded to come, to be honest. Actually, they were not willing. So we had decided at the summit that we want to develop our own research repository by starting with a provincial symposium on research. So those were the things that might have not been highlighted.
Thank you very much. Are you from Free State? Yes. Are you from Free State, Me?
Or are we not asking questions?
No, it's provinces and they are the people from the province.
But just because I'm here already.
No, are you from the Free State? Okay, and now I'm going to Northwest. Yes, Northwest. Again, and it's not question time because nobody's responding here. You are telling us about what happened at the summits, what worked well, what didn't work well, and what you want to accelerate or escalate. Yes, Ntate.
Yes,
La
I'm from the
Oklahoma.
Northwest Province.
Yes.
The Platinum Province.
Reference.
I just want to thank Medineo Maribe for standing on the gap to present the report for the Platinum Province. Free State cannot take the trophy. The Northwest is there. To add on what she has mentioned in terms of funding, it is true. COSATMA is funding the civil society organizations, the Department of Social Development, though most of us did not receive funding directly from the Department of Social Development, but we received funding from the National Development Agency, NDA, to deal with issues of gender-based violence. And also the Independent Development Trust, the IDT, through the Expanded Public Works Program, which is funded by the Department of Public Works, the non-state sector program, is also funding civil society organizations who are dealing with issues of gender-based violence. We also have established what we call, in partnership with the South African Police Service, the Spiritual Crime Prevention Program, where we address also issues of gender-based violence. And also the National Lottery has also funded civil society organizations that deals with matters of gender-based violence. I just wanted to add on what she said.
Okay.
She spoke the truth. Thank you very much. This is the Platinum Province, Northwest.
Thank you, Ntate Murud. Ke a leboga. Now, I think other provinces that might not know that IDT does fund, so Northwest, that you can also write to IDT to get funding for GBV programs. Limpopo? Oh, Limpopo Lily Sharp. Mpumalanga? Mpumalanga? You are fine, you are happy, well represented. Thank you, Mpumalanga. So, we're now going to summarize what came out of this session in terms of the 3 top things that we want to see in the recommendations. SICO is sitting there assisting in capturing what has been the common thread in all the 9 provinces. And one of the things that she says is a common thread is around institutionalization of the NSP from national, province, districts and municipalities. And all of you are doing something around it. So for us to amplify, so it means in every district, there has to be a structure that talks to the NSP. There's been a gap that was identified that not everyone during the summits knew the NSP. So it means it's a responsibility of the Premier's offices that didn't have the bottom-up approach. Because KZN did have, before the national one, they did have district summits. So those that didn't have, maybe that's an opportunity to also go down and popularize the summit. The second thing is around the rapid response teams. They are called different names, but in almost all provinces, there are some teams that seeks to implement the NSP. And I was saying the Gauteng one, for me, the brigade, is a program that is a wow. Because more often than not, we react. And when we react, already GBV has happened. Now, these ones that go to houses, and already they've gone to 2,400 houses, they are able to even get information of what is happening. The perpetrators are not being there. So I think that is the best practice that we need to utilize. If we can't be everywhere, but if we've got structures that can go into houses, I just felt this is a wow. The third thing that came up, I think I've missed the third one. There is a, go to that mic, please.
So the third one.
Do you want to speak? Oh, hold on. May, do you want to speak? From which province? Yeah? Gauteng, you are putting pressure. Add on me. Eastern Cape, they feel they are not well represented. Add on.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mrs. Kwai. I'm from the Eastern Cape. I'm the chairperson for the Amatole Rapid Response Team. I want to applaud our province for establishing of the RRTs, that is the Rapid Response Team. However, we still need more training on that. That means if there can be availability of the funds or budget, because as much as we were, those RRTs were formed, there is nowhere where maybe we have been taken for a training or proper induction. Otherwise, we are very happy about it. We have started working, and now if more funding or the budget, we can know that they can accommodate us on that. And secondly, as I'm also working with the rural women, yes, those rural women, they do have a voice, but we decided to form an association for us, which we call the Eastern Cape Rural Women, because we felt that as much as they have a voice, they wanted a sharper voice now, because they were still shy about talking about many things, like where we find an elderly person that has been raped, and it won't be easy for her to disclose that she was raped. So they were still shy about. So we still need more capacitation in the villages where women will be trained about the things that have to do with GBVF.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Western Cape, I so wish Western Cape can learn more from other provinces.
Thank
Monica Makula, please.
Thank you.
I don't want to embarrass my Western Cape in front of people, but you guys listen on what other provinces are doing. Put us in, respect the GPV activists, or else.
Mama from Eastern Cape, there has been a discussion at the UN. Women who come from the rural areas say they are not rural women. They are women from the rural areas. Because the following day you can move and go to the urban. So it's not about you being rural. It's the place that you are in that is rural. Siko? Yes.
So the third one that came as a thread throughout as well, it's about the acceleration and amplification of the establishment of accountability forums, GPV forums chaired either by an MEC or a premier, because there are provinces where that doesn't exist yet it's a good practice.
Yeah.
And then there was a big one Unfortunately, number 4, that I've just put as a cross-cutting because I did not want to leave it because it came up again and again. This is around the inclusion of vulnerable and marginalized groups such as LGBTI, persons with disability, people with albinism, sex workers, and children's issues. So I put that as a cross-cutting that needs to be amplified as well.
Thank you very much. The Office of the Premier, Northern Cape, I saw a WhatsApp, they want to add something. Who are they? Ellen? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'm Ellen Lapan. I am from the Office on the Status of Women in the Office of the Premier. I just want to say thank you, Gregory Nyongane. You presented the province very well. I just want to add 2 things. When we started the summit, and I feel this is an achievement for our province, and I'm sure at national they will remember that we always report that civil society in our province is not organized. But as one of the achievements from the summit, we could form a forum among civil society organizations. So meaning then, as from after our provincial summit, we have now, the civil society voice will be heard now in the Northern Cape, because we always told them that the NSP is a civil society-led strategy, and we must have the multi-sectoral. So now in the Northern Cape, in the true sense of multi-sectoral, we have that now in the Northern Cape.
Wow.
And we are also currently busy with SALGA. We had an induction, a provincial induction, and we presented the NSP at the provincial induction. And Namakwa district, we, in partnership with the Department of Women, their DDM model was analyzed. So we can say the Namakwa district in the Northern Cape did include GBVF in their DDM model. And as we have also presented to SAPS, because SAPS didn't also know about the NSP. So we are also working closely with SAPS, and we are also recommending that one of the recommendations that we made, because we thought it is important that we must have civilian secretariat to serve on our task teams. So that was also one of the recommendations that we made as the Northern Cape. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think with regards to our, which province are you from? Northern Cape, yes?
Thank you. Maybe just to add what Ms. Ellen Laban said there, that in the province we are approaching in the next 3 months to have district forums and local forums as well as civil society.
Wow.
We want to have it down to a ward level, but first we want to focus in the next 3 months on the district level, where we'll have to establish district forums, and the district forums will in the next 3 months after their establishment work down to ward level so that we can have all involved. And also to mention that we have a great partnership with all sectors in the province, in particular the LGBTI sector, the religious sector, and also the disability sector. So we are trying to have that partnership as well to be productive from district level to ward level. And we'd like to applaud the civil society, in particular Ellen Laban and Greg, for spearheading this process involving all civil society sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, can I ask, where are the youth in all this? Are the youth part of the organizations, the formations? Northern Cape, you are saying yes? Let me ask here. Yes? Youth? So youth are also involved. Yeah. And the children's sector are also involved. No, thank you very much. Yes, yeah. I think we have, this session, of provincial accountability, we are wrapping up. The recommendations that we are going to give are the recommendations that Siklo has just read, that because we do have the bigger reports of all the provincial summits, but things that we want to amplify, because you can't amplify a long list. It's not going to be you won't be effective in implementing your programs. But if you've got something that we say in the coming 2 years, if these two things are done, we know we would have moved the needle. So those that she has now highlighted as 4 main things that run across will be what came out of our, is it a caucus? Out of our caucus. Yeah, thank you very much for participating. You can go and have tea, because we're supposed to finish at 12:30 and come back for the closing. Is it? Yeah, because we're supposed to have 4:30. Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you very much to everyone for your participation. Somebody's phone, yes, yes.
Let Okay, colleagues, friends, and everyone, let's all start the last session, please. If you can get people in so that we can start with the last session. We don't have enough time, and there's so much more that we need to take you through. Can you please take your seats? May you please take your seats as soon as possible so that we can be able to finish this session. May you please take your seat so that we can start. Is Mr. Hamza Mohammed here? Loyal Ratau, are you here? Mary Ann Pretorius, are you here? Okay, so I guess I can start with this session and the other people will get us as we move forward. This session is going to focus on report backs from all the sessions that were held in the last 2 days. The report will not be detailed. What we'll do is we'll make sure that it's a high-level report with resolutions which are going to have to be finalized by the Presidential Summit Planning Committee. The document that is going to be presented today will be available on www.gbvf.org.za. You will have an opportunity to comment, and we'll give you up to the 30th of November. And once we go through all those comments and integrate them, we'll release it during the 16 days of activism. I would like now to bring the following people: Mr. Hamza Mohammed, Ms. Loyal Ratau, and Ms. Mary Ann. Could you all come to the front so that you can have exactly 10 minutes of presentation on the report from the Children's Summit?
We need a sign language interpreter for Hamza because he's deaf. I don't know what I'm going to do right now. Okay, yeah, ask. Okay, fine. Just go ahead and start speaking. Everyone's going to speak. Go ahead. You can go ahead. Take a seat.
Can I please grab your attention? Thank you. All the honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, all the children of South Africa be greeted. I am Loyal Ratau, the ambassador from Mpumalanga, and I'm with my fellow ambassadors, Mary Ann Pretorius from the Northwest, and Hamza Mohammed, who is the president of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament from the Western Cape. And we stand here proud today to represent 22 million children of South Africa at the summit today. As the children of South Africa across all 9 provinces, we had a pre-summit on the 22nd of October. We were given the opportunity to exercise our right to participation and our right to voice out on issues that affect us as children. And this was made possible by the UNICEF, the Department of Social Development, and the Teddy Bear Foundation. And as the children of South Africa, we would love to express our gratitude and appreciation for the pre-summit and also our recommendation for the next coming summit is that we request for a larger participation of the children to be represented. As the children of South Africa, we are highly affected by the violence against the children. 243 children, 855 women were murdered here in South Africa between April and June 2022. Furthermore, 1,670 children were victims of brutal body harm, and this is a 58% jump on the same period last year. Ladies and gentlemen, please underline this, 58%. And 58% 58% is quite alarming, and our question today as the children of South Africa is, what is being done by that? Are those 58% perpetrators being arrested, or are they roaming around as free innocent men as if they did not commit any crime? Because we want to promise you this, as the children of South Africa, we are ready, we are prepared, we refused to be silenced, we are ready to shut down the country, we are ready to close all the streets of South Africa to march against our rights that are being violated, because seemingly in this country, the only understood action is to protest. Again, we want to acknowledge that in the history of the summit, we as the children today, we are afforded an opportunity not only to participate, but most importantly, our voices to be listened to and to be heard. We stand here on behalf of 22 million children of South Africa. We are giving the voiceless a voice, and we request that this should not be the first and the last time. Thank you.
These are the critical issues that emerged from the Children's Summit. We as children feel that our views are not considered as there is no child participation. Children are spoken for and are not consulted. Children's voices have not been included in the NSP. We are therefore urging that there be a 7th pillar added to the NSP, a pillar specifically for children. The reason why children are not included in decision-making processes is because of the lack of coordination of children's rights. All government departments and municipalities should involve children in their departmental programs. There is a lot of focus on the girl child. We are not focusing on inclusivity of boy children. Neglecting boy children will only lead to them being the perpetrators of tomorrow. We need to have educational campaigns that focus on the girl child and on the boy child. Laws are in place, but they do not protect children enough. Bail is granted to perpetrators. Laws and policies must be reviewed. Perpetrators must be afraid to commit crimes. Children's killings have increased to 46% since the last summit. What has been done to bring these statistics down? Yesterday, when we were presented with the statistics, they did not add up. The stats don't add up as a result of traditional norms. Children are being silenced by their families. When a father or uncle violates a child, family members tell the child to forgive the perpetrator. We are told to keep quiet, and that is why there's a province that has 0 cases. Mental health is not taken seriously in African communities. There is a need for psychosocial support in schools and a need to have psychologists in schools. We are requesting government and civil society to scale up parenting programs. Parents need to be taught on how to effectively discipline their children without using abuse. Yesterday, we heard a lot about the National GBV Council. We are demanding that there be a child representative on the National GBV Council. We as children are more than equipped to speak for ourselves. We know our rights, we know our responsibilities. We should be included in every single decision-making process concerning us. Nothing for us without us. Thank you.
We, the deaf community of children, when we look at the structures that are there, we don't have access. For example, when we go to a police station, how are we going to communicate with the police? Because the police, they can't sign. They don't know sign language. How are we supposed to communicate with them? So let's train our service providers, our government officials, so they can help us. Let's give them the skills that are necessary. As the president of the Nelson Mandela's Children's Parliament, I represent the children of all South Africa. And I want to really express our distress about the social ills that the children are facing. We hope that what we have deliberated here, everything can help us achieve resolutions for our concerns. May we together review the NPS right now. I am really, really grateful that we are here together. I hope that this meeting will address the concerns of the children. I'm also grateful that the president was here to listen to our concerns, and I hope that he will resolve them.
Now, before we conclude, I would just like to teach you how to sign. Stop, G, G, B, V. Stop, G, B, V. Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause again. They've really told us we must leave no one behind, that the children must have a place, they must be part and parcel of whatever it is that we do on gender-based violence. We cannot talk about them without involving them. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank you very much that you have done it under 10 minutes. I am actually timing this to make sure that we can get all the presentations that need to be in. The next presentation is going to be on reports from the commissions. And here I'm hoping the lady is here, Ms. Kitumetse Fatima Mutlausi from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Are you here to come to the front, please? Good, here you are.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Kitumetse Fatimata Mutlausi. I am the speechwriter to Minister Maite Mashabane, the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. I have been tasked with presenting the report backs from the commissions. Colleagues, comrades, I just want to make a disclaimer that these are just some of the key resolutions that have come out. A more comprehensive document is still being finalized and will be shared for public engagement and amendment. Thank you. Pillar 1. So Pillar 1 looks at accountability, coordination, and leadership. And the first one is to finalize and strengthen the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill with clear guidance on operational arrangement and the inclusion of the GBV fund in the legislation. Number 2, costing and resourcing the implementation of the National Strategic Plan. Number 3, develop and implement a consequence management mechanism to ensure the effectiveness in holding the state accountable. And number 4, strengthen the national, provincial, and local accountability structures, monitoring and evaluation frameworks, and resourcing. Pillar 2, colleagues, comrades, speaks to prevention and rebuilding social cohesion. I'm slightly biased to this pillar. I believe it is the backbone of our response to gender-based violence and femicide in the country. Number 1, we're asking for strengthened awareness on the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and the comprehensive national prevention strategy on gender-based violence and femicide. The strategy was formulated and finalized by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability. Number 2 is to strengthen and create synergies between national, provincial, and local interventions on the rollout of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. Number 3, a sustained social behavioral program driven by all sectors, and I mean all sectors of society, including the state, civil society, as well as the media. Number 4, develop information and acknowledgement dissemination tailored for intended audiences, acknowledging age, persons with disability, language, and ease of understanding. And I think we can all agree that the children show us the importance of inclusion. Pillar 3, which is justice, safety, and protection. The first one is the decriminalization of sex work by December 2022. It's quite a bold ask we're bringing to this plenary. Number 2, develop an auditing structure to conduct how resources are used and accounted for based on the indicators of the National Strategic Plan. Number 3, develop an oversight structure for the NPA to strengthen prevention, eliminate corruption and irregularity, and gather and promote information and knowledge management rather. And number 4, we're looking at the amendment of Pillar 3 framework to strengthen monitoring and evaluation by ensuring outputs and indicators are measurable and inclusive of previously omitted activities. Number 4, which is on response, care, and healing. The first one says, increase resourcing for support services. Okay. Number 4, increase resourcing for support services that are specific to vulnerable groups, including persons with disability, the LGBTQIA+, and older persons. Use an intersectional approach to address sexual and reproductive health rights, gender-based violence, and mental health. And this is very important as tomorrow we launch, as the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, the Disability Rights Awareness Month. Number 3, enhancing coordination and collaboration among stakeholders and government departments in providing services, including DNA processing. Number 4, increase and integrate the number of shelters and support services, particularly in identified GBV hotspots. Colleagues, you'd remember yesterday that we looked at the 30 hotspots across the country. And number 5, we're looking for a standardization on the funding for shelters in this country. Number 5, on economic power. Number 1, we're calling for practical implementation of the 40% preferential procurement by the public sector for women-owned businesses. Number 2, localize productive capacity and manufacturing infrastructure to build a bottom-up restorative economy. Number 3, strengthen the SMME's environment through direct funding, facilitating access to markets and incubation programs. Number 4, build local economies around women's cooperatives with the necessary support for local institutions. Number 5, promote partnership with the private sector through Wakona to create opportunities in value chains and unlock environmental, social, and government resources to finance women's businesses. And I know this one in particular is a close cause for the minister. And lastly, pillar number 6, we look at research and information management. Number 1, establish a national baseline for all pillars. Sorry about that. Establish a national baseline for all pillars with performance targets in relation to the indicators. Develop a dashboard for measurable outcomes using mathematical modeling. Number 2, ensure institutions of higher learning and the Council for Higher Education are formally included in Pillar 6. Number 3, ensure that research is accessible to promote the involvement, understanding, and engagement of our communities. Number 4, standardize tools and templates for IMS, digitize and convert research findings into interventions. And lastly, convene the annual research symposium. Colleagues, comrades, these are the key outcomes that did come out of our 6-pillar discussions yesterday. As I did indicate that a lot more of a comprehensive report will be shared with all delegates shortly. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to invite Julie Mentor to give us reports from the Action Caucuses and discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julie Mentor, and I work for Embrace, Movement for Mothers, Civil Society. I'm going to be presenting back the key resolutions, the top 3 resolutions that emerged from the Action Caucuses. Please note that these have been pulled together at speed. It wasn't that long ago that we were sitting in the caucuses. And these are, as I said, these are just the high-level resolutions. The formal report will have them in more detail. So to start with the caucus for older persons. Just wait for that slide, okay. The 3 key resolutions are, there needs to be the provision of alternative housing for older women who are being chased from their homes. We recommend that research be conducted on best practices in this regard at the global as well as national level, and that women should be consulted as to how best to address their housing needs. There's an urgent need for all government departments to accept their role in addressing the needs of this growing section of the population of older people and to contribute to the creation of a specific strategy that is evidence-based and researched and to include the level of GBVF experienced. And then we urge that personnel working in organizations that deal with older people be fully vetted to avoid corruption and thus extend the abuse which older women experience, including GBVF. Then if we can move to the slide on children. Is there a clicker? I don't. Oh dear. Okay. Let me. We're going. Sorry. Here we go. Oh dear. No, I clicked too many times. There we go. Children. The resolutions from the Children's Caucus were as follows. Addition of a 7th pillar focusing specifically on children and children with disability with the purpose to closing the barriers, challenges and gaps existing in the collective response, including strengthening accountability to and for children. Create pathways for the uptake of resolutions from the Children's Summit into the NSP and CNPS. Strengthen systems response to trauma experienced by children, and strengthen and resource GBVF prevention interventions, especially at local community levels. Then the caucus for pregnant people. Number 1, the Minister of Health to serve on the IMC on GBVF and health MECs to serve on implementation committee. Chapter 9 and professional associations to intervene to guarantee that investigations into allegations of GBVF and persons during childbirth, including forced sterilization. 2, to include pregnant women and persons in this summit declaration and the NSP on GBVF. Important to note, they have not been included to date. And 3, to establish a framework that ensures redress for victims of obstetric violence, as well as preventative mechanisms in training and support of health workers that will change the normalization of structural violence in sexual and reproductive health. Then for the Disability Caucus, number 1, disability mainstreaming and inclusion. In terms of accountability, disability mainstreaming and inclusion within the institutions serving persons with disabilities should be strengthened and amplified. In the criminal justice system, protocols must be developed and implemented so that accessibility barriers can be addressed holistically. Equal economic opportunities. Accelerate the removal of barriers to access to economic opportunities and participation for persons with disabilities through access to information about funding and capacity building. Establishing a national database on persons with disabilities for better recruitment efforts, and employers should have assistive technologies in place and not use disability as a means to discriminate. And then limited or no data on persons with disabilities was the third issue. And the resolution is accountability is a common thread through the NSP. Leaders have to ensure the disaggregation of data in terms of disability. For example, from SAPS, and this should include localized specific research on persons with disabilities, socioeconomic issues. Then migrant women. The needs of migrant women need to be amplified. Let's hear more mention of migrant women's needs in different pillars and within government departments. Migrant women's need to be included in forums like this GBVF summit, which increases their voices and increases understanding of their needs. The GBV Council Bill will be going to Parliament soon. Let's ensure representation of people concerned with migrant women. The civil society needs to give migrant women access to information and give input where relevant. 3, acceleration. Different government departments need to relook at their intervention policies and guidelines pertaining undocumented migrant women. Important to note, it needs to be non-punitive. And then 4, increase accountability by government departments and CSOs on progress made, program data disaggregated by those vulnerable groups. Sex workers. Audit and consolidate evidence-based research addressing the various forms of violence faced by sex workers to inform policy development, programming, and service provision. Number 2, integrate sex workers' rights and needs into mainstream services for all employees and in initiatives addressing GBVF. And number 3, establish concrete timelines for the development of the decriminalization of sex work bill into law and a rapid response team incorporating relevant state departments and CSOs working on sex work to monitor progress. Then for the LGBTQIA+ caucus, the resolutions were as follows. Do a mapping exercise of LGBTI+ organizations and formations in South Africa and track resource mobilization for these. 2, develop specific data collection tools for gathering LGBTQIA+ related information. 3, provide training and capacity building for the LGBTQIA+ community and service providers as sensitized providers of affirmative healthcare, education, and employment. And 4, all new legislation must go to LGBTI community for inputs and comments throughout the process of creating legislation, as well as existing legislation for review. And then the faith sector, the key resolutions, movement building, campaign to strengthen the existing Faith Action to End GBV collective as an interfaith forum for active solidarity, collaboration, and when we build further trust to hold one another account. Accountability, establish clear shared ethical and values foundations as a standard for mutual accountability and advocacy within faith communities. And 3, mutual capacity building for acceleration and amplification, which includes organizing a number of critical forums on key barriers and opportunities to faith sector progression in GBVF work. And they've outlined the strategies below. I'll just go quickly to say strategies to advocate in support of survivors against protection of perpetrators who are religious leaders. Dismantling patriarchy through the systemic reclaiming of sacred texts and religious practices and integrating more women in senior leadership. Strengthening healing and restorative justice and others to support partners in their local activations. Then the Caucus for Service Providers provide the following resolutions. Funding. Development of funding model that includes adequate standardized multi-year funding, incorporating funding workshops and a funding database. Standardization of minimum services, and fast-track special needs housing policy. Then the caucus dedicated to men. The resolutions were as follows. 1, intensify programs to deal with men's mental health and the importance of psychosocial support. 2, support interventions to enhance positive parenting and coaching. And 3, amplify edutainment programs that seek to promote gender norms transformation. And then the leadership across sectors caucus said the following: commitments were made by individuals representing organizations who resolved as follows. 1, collaborate with government and between non-sector actors to implement the NSP. We will leverage on the strength of all partners. For example, the faith-based leaders are not just for prayer, only leverage on their strength. The NCGBVF to be established and functional. Also ensure that rapid response teams and district and local are representative of all actors and hold each other to account. Upscale what works. TCC and conflict resolution, mediation and negotiation training by the DIRCO, and to continue to forge partnerships with the private sector. Then the caucus on workers said the following. 1, corporate taxes of 2% of the JSE companies. 2, utilize CHWs and CDWs to support survivors in their domestic space for those who cannot go to a shelter. 3, feminist legislation that addresses reproductive labor of working class women, that covers childcare facilities, benefits for all categories of workers like maternity leave, communal laundries in working class areas, and support for women-led operatives. And 4, address the CCMA and justice system in relation to processing of cases of GBVF of working class women. And that brings the end to the caucuses. As I said, these are just high-level inputs at this stage, but there will be an opportunity for further input after the summit. Thank you very much for your time.
Please bear with us. The clinics just concluded now, so they are still putting together the resolutions from the clinics.
Siko, where are you?
Is it, because she did send the presentation to.
Sitrolile?
I don't see her.
can anyone assist with the Xolile from CGE? Because she needs to report for the provincial accountability. And we're using her laptop for capturing. Anyone who has a number, just to call her, please. I don't have a number.
What is the next?
So you know what, sorry, what I want to suggest with the clinic is also coming to the clinic. I've got the GCC one, so if the person who was in that clinic can report on it, instead of having one person report who wasn't there. Is that okay? So it's on there, you just need to click, and then the GCC thing will throw up, and you just call on someone on the GCC thing. Call Lily Ann Foster, she was in there, was Manyan. And then next one we've got is children. I'll find out who it is and I'll WhatsApp. The children's clinic. The clinic. Oh, clinic. But yes, so sending incrementally. So it's not like she sent to the provincial. No, I didn't. I'll check now. This is not a. Yeah. Yeah, we'll make sure. I'm at the back end, right? So if you press on here now and call Lily Ann, then you can do the TCC one. Okay, that's fine. So just the provincial now. Oh, we're gonna do. Okay. So just see how many you can get. So that I don't have the provincial one in this line. No, she's coming. So she's gonna read. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right, welcome back. We are going to get the report from the Provincial Accountability Forum. Sikolile from CGE, please, over to you. No, it's not there. It's not there. Because it's not there. Over, please. It's the Provincial Accountability Forum report. You've got the one with the recommendations. Yeah. Sorry.
Then I just went for tea because I've not gone for tea. Good afternoon, colleagues. My apologies, I had gone for tea. All protocol observed. I've been asked to read out the 3 highlights from the Provincial Accountability Forum Caucus. We came to agreeing on these 3 ones. Building on the work that has already been done in the provinces, we agreed that it is important that we resolve on the amplification and acceleration of the formation of the RTTs, the RRTs, because they need to be there from a provincial level, even at ward levels, so that everyone is almost knowing about the NSP, and also they are also ready to respond, either as frontline responders, as neighbors, as community people in the community, where communities are now looking after each other. That was the first resolution. The second one is based on centering accountability within the province itself, where we resolved that in provinces where there is no accountability forum that is chaired by the Premier or an MEC that has been appointed by the Premier to ensure that GBV is actually localized throughout the departments, throughout the local level, even including work that is done by civil society. So, it's not connected, sis. We agreed that that is the second resolution. And the three last final resolution is is on the institutionalization of GBV work. In particular here, we spoke about the link between GBV and economic empowerment, and we even had a highlight around the economic indicator where we really want to accelerate that work. And one of the few lower hanging fruits there is the acceleration and amplification of the implementation of the 40% public procurement implementation, and linking this even to co-ops and also shelters that are sheltering victims and survivors of gender-based violence. And then the third one, the fourth one, the last one, it's the broader one where we are actually saying there are invisible groups within the NSP that really need to be amplified and accelerated in terms of focusing on them, in terms of raising awareness and also improving access to services. These are not limited to the groups that I'm going to read. So it's the inclusion of vulnerable and marginalized groups, such as the LGBTQIA, people with disabilities. There was also a particular mention on people with albinism, sex workers, children, and other vulnerable groups that I have not spoken about. So those are the three highlights, high-level resolutions from our caucus, but then they are all on the foundation of a broader inclusiveness of marginalized and vulnerable groups. Yeah, thank you.
Hi again. We were supposed to have a comprehensive report of all the clinics, just like we did with the Provincial Forum, the Caucuses, and the Action Caucuses and the Pillar commissions. We don't have that. They are slowly trickling in, so we'll just ask those who are ready to come and present. May we start with the TCCs, because that report of the clinic is finalized. TCC? The Tutuzela Care Centers, people in that group? Sorry, this is just, I know, random, because people didn't know this is how they were supposed to present. One person was supposed to present for the entire clinics, but in order to make up for time, we're asking for people to, whoever is ready. And may the children be ready after the Tutuzela Care Centers. Yes, please do come through. Thank you. Sorry for the ambush.
I don't know how to project the slides, so.
It's fine.
Good afternoon, everyone. I may be breaking some protocol because I wasn't actually designated by my bosses to do this, but I was the rapporteur for that clinic, so you're going to do it?
I can assist you. You can go ahead because I didn't read that.
Okay.
I was not part of this group.
Resolutions that were, I've suddenly lost the sound. These are the resolutions that were arrived at by the Clinic on ensuring survivor-centred functional Tutuzeli care centres, of which there are 61 around the country, a new one to be opened in Limpopo later this month. So there are three. One, legislate for the essential services which are currently part of the Tutuzeli care centres model to be delivered to survivors of GBV in order to create stronger accountability mechanisms and develop mechanisms of delivering these services in context-specific manners to make sure that all survivors have access even where there is no Tutuzeli care centre. Number two, engage with the South African Nursing Council, the Department of Health, the South African Council of Social Service Professions, and the Department of Social Development to fast-track the accreditation of forensic nurses and forensic social workers, respectively, to create an incentive for specialisation, recognising current specialities. And number three, allocate resources to increase the effectiveness of services, SAPS cars to transport survivors, non-branded, training for all CGS officials on dealing with members of the LGBTQIA+ community, and funding for NGOs providing psychosocial services to survivors. I just want to add on a personal note that I was fascinated by the clinic on the Tutuzeli care centres, and I think they do fabulous work. Thank you.
May I ask someone from the children clinic? The clinic. The children's clinic. Please do come through. There was also a clinic with children, or that was looking at children's issues. You coming for that? Okay, please do come through. She comes from the clinic that was looking at migrant women. I almost said pregnant. I didn't know what you were saying. Migrant women.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Tolu George, and I'm the coordinator of Tusimami Wanawake, which is the women's migrant group. And we looked at some of the questions, and we came up with a list of a three-point list of how the NSP is responding or not responding to the needs of the migrant women in South Africa. And these are the three things that we identified. We said the NSP is unclear about the interventions that are available to migrant women. The second point that we made is that the NSP, in principle, is supposed to be a human rights-based document and inclusive. However, many of the stakeholders have used divisive language, which excludes migrant women, and it also increases the barriers to services, gender-based violence services that are available to women and should also be, in principle, available to migrant women. The third thing that we looked at was the fact that there is a lack of awareness among the migrant women communities about the NSP. We don't know that it exists. We don't know that it has anything to do with us. But we see our names somewhere in the list, but we don't really know exactly how it affects us, because the migrant women generally might be afraid because they are not confident of the documentation that they carry, or they are afraid that they are not properly documented. and they're also afraid of the punitive measures that are available that they will be faced with if they do report the gender-based violence issues that they face. So a lot of times the reports and the numbers and the statistics do not exist among the migrant women because they face a lot of barriers, which include fear of the state and which also include pressure from the migrant communities who try to silence them. The 3 recommendations that we made in our caucus was, first of all, we need to increase the migrant women's access to information about the NSP by also actively including them in forums such as this. And we also have to conduct some public information campaigns, possibly, which are specifically designed for migrant women. Secondly, we said that we want to conduct some research into the migrant women's experiences with gender-based violence so that we can develop evidence-based interventions for the migrant women. And finally, we said that government departments and implementers of the NSP should please review their policies and their SOPs and guidelines to ensure that migrant women or undocumented people, some of whom could even be South Africans, so that they're able to access gender-based violence services without fear of persecution and discrimination. Thank you very much.
Which one is this? Children? Okay. The report from the Children's Clinic.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, lively discussions at the clinic focused on protecting children from perpetration and victimization. And we had the privilege of actually hearing the reports from the child ambassadors and engaging them in the process. And what was amazing was how much similarity there was between what the children had proposed and what their professionals and the adults working in the sector were looking at. So I'm going to give the floor to you for the first 2 resolutions. We'll only speak to the top 4.
Resolution number 1, children should be fully integrated into the NSP. Pillar number 7, starting with a definition of GBV that recognizes that the violence that girls and boys experience in childhood drives a cycle of victimization and perpetration. Number 2, children and children's sectors representatives must be included in the National GBV Council and coordinating bodies at provincial and local level. Can I go?
Thank you. Can we give her a hand? And the top 2 priorities for action are featured in the next 2 resolutions, which are about scaling up evidence-based GBV programs and running that right through the whole spectrum of education, starting with ECD all the way up to primary school, high school, and to tertiary level. We also need to make sure that we are ring-fencing and protecting the funds that are being spent on existing programs. The reality is that the social sector budgets at provincial level are under threat. We're looking at cuts, and we need to ring-fence spending that's going to protect those parenting programs, after-school programs, the programs that we see in school that teach about gender norms, and all those community-based programs that are preventing violence. Thank you very much.
SAPS report followed by the accountability. No? Mm-hmm.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So with the survivor-centered services by the SAPS, the 3 key recommendations that we came up with in our clinic was that, which is the overarching one, the selection of 9 police stations in 9 provinces with the purpose of designing a service process blueprint that can be entrenched in all other police stations and used obviously as a legislated blueprint so that police stations can all be functional in the manner that we need them to be. We have said that the partners to this co-creation of the blueprint would be civil society organizations, unions, Treasury, because Treasury said that money was being sent back despite the fact that there is a lack of resources across many police stations, and then of course HSRC in order to collect the data from testing the blueprint on the 9 police stations. This must take us 6 months time frame beginning from the end of the summit and should be put in the declaration as such, and it will fall under strengthening accountability so that we no longer have to come here and speak about what we know or don't know. Then the selection, basically the selection process for the 9 police stations must obviously be the hotspots as articulated in the SAPS statistics. And of course the overview is that the model will take into account technology such as implementing body cam as a system so that we can track what it is that police are doing as first-line responders to victims who are in distress or are in situations that are related to gender-based violence and or femicide. This will also cover HR issues, skill training of police, including assessing their viability as being police officers, because we have many police officers who are shooting and killing either their spouses or are sexually assaulting or assaulting other human beings. Language barriers being developed so that we can accommodate all the key, cater to target groups, including disabled persons, children, and elderly women, which will consider basically really fast-tracking the establishment of the CFS units, which have been implemented to cater for the reporting or the safe reporting and comfortable reporting of cases to or at the police station. 2, accelerate the transition of previous Domestic Violence Act into the now amended one. We want this to be done in 3 months. And then the final one is, one of the things that came up in our clinics was that there are mechanisms that have been put in place that are supposed to take care of complaints if a police officer is being insubordinate and is not basically allowing a victim to open a case. And we're saying that what we need to do if they are there is to test them. And so everybody in this summit for 1 month must test the various systems that are being alleged to be in place so that we can either amplify them, fix them, or accelerate them if they are in place so that we can see where the gaps and the challenges are. But what we need to do within a 1 month time frame is to test these various systems. Thank you.
Report from the council and resourcing. Tando.
I don't need to say my name. Please do. Okay. Good evening, folks. I'm Advocate Thando Gumede,
representing the Gauteng province. Wow. So I am reporting on behalf of the resolutions from the National Council Clinic. The clinic interrogated the provisions of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicides Bill. At the end of our engagement, we resolved that a team would be constituted that will strengthen the bill in a number of ways, and that these people would be experts in various areas such as business, financing, civil society, law, and legislative drafting. The areas that we would be looking at in the future, and that we spent a very long time engaging on, was the establishment of a fund. So Section 18 of the bill currently speaks about the establishment of a fund, but what we realize is that there wasn't much detail regarding the establishment of this fund. Further, we realized that the establishment of a fund caused a bit of a confusion, establishing a fund versus the financing and resourcing of the operations of the National Council itself, from board right down to the grassroots initiatives and engagements. So we found that we have to find a way to distinguish these two matters and understand also, when we do establish a fund, what that fund will specifically be used for. We resolved that the team that's going to engage further on the establishment of the fund must comprise of expertise in legislative drafting, resourcing by Treasury, and someone who specializes in business and funds. The second discussion that we had was with regards to intergovernmental coordination. We resolved that intergovernmental coordination has to be done across the three tiers of government, across various sectors, but also, very importantly, has to be inclusive and has to be diverse. And what this means is that when we have our consultations on the ground, that we ensure that we leave no one behind, that we have engagements that include the LGBTQIA+, that we include youth, that we include the private sector and business, that we include civil society, that we include persons with disabilities, etc. Intergovernmental coordination is specifically unpacked in Section 22, and I think we were very honest in saying that Section 22 of the bill requires some revision, and that same team that I spoke about earlier is going to elaborate on how this coordination is going to happen. The third aspect that we engaged on is with regards to multi-sectoral coordination. We resolved that not only must it be a multi-sectoral coordination, but again, also must be an inclusive and diverse multi-sectoral coordination. What this means is deeply marginalized groups, such as the ones that I mentioned earlier, must be involved in this process. The council itself, the establishment of the council, must be inclusive of youth, must be inclusive of persons with disabilities, must be inclusive of everyone in our communities. We resolved that the bill is silent on multi-sectoral and inclusive coordination, and there's a requirement for an insertion of this clause. As far as the constitution of the board is concerned, and business and the private sector must form part of the composition and must not be treated as part of civil society. If you look at the definition section of the bill as it stands currently, and if you look at the board composition and what it requires, it has basically made a mistake of bunching up business and private sector with civil society. And of course, you all know, folks, that civil society and business are just not synonymous with one another, and their values, even in some instances, clash. And so it's very important for us to be, if we want to be an authentic collaborative body, to be very inclusive of business. As I close, in terms of the timelines, we all know that the council should have been established a very long time ago. However, there are some considerations that we need to, that we have to be considerate of, such as the public engagements and consultations, and ensuring that the composition of the entire council and our work generally is inclusive will require for us to actually engage with the public at large. And so that's also going to take some time as well. So we want to revise the timeframes of the conclusion of the bill to align with the parliamentary processes as well as the government budgeting processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we are running out of time. It's strictly 3 minutes and we're timing it so that we can have everyone be able to give input. We now go to the prioritization of key strategies, interventions, and target groups to accelerate the implementation of comprehensive national prevention strategy and femicide strategy using a feminist lens. Who's here from the Violence Prevention Forum? Who is here? Here you are, come in. Great, you can come to the front, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I don't have the resolutions in front of me.
They should be on the screen.
Thank you very much. I'm just waiting for the resolutions from this clinic to come up on the screen. In the meantime, perhaps suffice to say a few things about what led to the resolutions that we accepted. And one of them was agreement about what we mean by violence prevention. There was generally an understanding that in society we haven't come to a common understanding about what we mean by violence prevention. But in the clinic there was agreement that violence prevention is the whole of society working deliberately and sustainably to remove sources of harm and inequality and heal woundedness by intentionally growing an ethic of mutual care, respect, and inclusion to build peace. There was also agreement that all forms of violence intersect and reinforce one another. And I believe the resolution is coming. There were 3 areas of resolution. The one, and I'm still waiting for it to come up on the screen, please. There were 3 areas of resolution that overlapped very nicely with the clinic on children. The first is around resourcing. The second is about communication and raising awareness and engaging in a massive communication campaign. And the third area was around taking stock of what we have in the country. So if we could get those resolutions, please. I hope my 3 minutes are. Sorry, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria. So the problem, as we stated it, is that violence undermines human development and all forms of violence intersect and reinforce one another. This understanding must be central to implementing the comprehensive national prevention strategy and the femicide prevention strategy. Our diagnosis: there is no common understanding and shared understanding of what it will take to prevent GBVF and violence in general. Every person, organization, institution, and department has a role to play in preventing gender-based violence and femicide and violence in general. And this can only be realized through a process aimed at coming to a shared understanding of what it will take to prevent violence and the roles that each body has to play. In addition, there are inadequate resources and capacity to support interventions and roll them out at scale. As far as the resolutions are concerned, a strong resourcing plan from Treasury, the private sector, donors and civil society is necessary. National Treasury must work with departments and experts to identify and ring-fence funds for prevention that take into account the long-term nature of prevention and the need for sustainability. The 15% cut in provincial budgets to DSD sets prevention back and must be reversed. We need processes to enable the scale-up of evidence-led programs, including parenting programs that are relevant to context and whose implementation is well supported. We have a model to cost the scale-up of parenting programs and a network of service providers, the South African Parenting Program Implementing Network, standing by to deliver. Funds must be allocated for this. A large-scale, comprehensive, 3-year, multi-sectorally led national communications campaign is necessary to showcase what is already being done to prevent violence and a universally shared understanding of GBVF prevention. We need to build a positive national message and a hopeful message about what is possible in our country, a message that is healing. And finally, we need to map the policies, services, and interventions and the service providers to identify what is working to prevent violence and assess the gaps in the prevention landscape at a national, provincial, and local level. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, may I please ask all the remaining clinics to just come and wait close by? We were supposed to leave here at 6 because that's when the space is available to us, and we are trying to ask for that. So there's a resolution and a closing session. So may we please ask people to stick to 3 minutes. May we have the legislation strengthening group? But if people can just be close by so that they can just do quickly, like 3 minutes max, please. It's not here. We'll move to key strategies, interventions and target groups. Whoever is ready can just come forward if you have not. Otherwise, we'll just move to the resolutions. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm going to just give a quick report from the Media Messaging and Ethical Guidelines Clinic. There's quite a bit of research that's been done, lots of issues that were covered, whose voice, advertising, the objectification of women in advertising to sell products. But the group synthesized 3 key resolutions. The first one is to call for prevention to be at the center of the NSP strategy and to resource it adequately. The call is made on the understanding that once that is in place, constraints like funding for communicating gender-based violence and femicide will flow from this. The second resolution was develop strong common messaging in order to counter the narratives. And the third is ongoing and continuous training for key communicators, including political principals, journalists, community media, and then that's at one level, and at another level, at community level, to have media and digital literacy to empower communities to demand accountability from the media. And in terms of the ethical guidelines, Gender Links have produced a set of guidelines that will be in the final report, and that will also help shape how to approach the media. Thank you.
May I ask that the people who have the presentations move closer to the stage?
Hello everyone, I'm Chris Masego. I'm from the clinic that's addressed the issue of backlog in cases as a key challenge that needs to be addressed in our different spaces. And the resolutions that we started with is the one that to address coordination and collaboration between SAPS, NPA, judiciary, and health. This, we know that it contributes a lot in the backlog in the system, and it makes victims to lose hope in the justice system and in the SAPS and in health because of the delays that takes place when they attend the courts. Cases will be postponed because of J88s. NPA and SAPS, in some cases, they don't communicate, and that causes the delays and the postponement of cases. And that makes the entire process to cause backlog in the system. The second one is to address infrastructure challenges. This we spoke about in terms of the population has grown, but we're still using the smaller little courts in our areas, and there are some areas that don't have courts at all. Victims have to travel long distances to attend courts far from where they stay. So as a resolution, we suggested that we need new courts in our areas, but most importantly, the old courts need to be maintained because some of the backlogs are caused by the postponement of the cases due to lack of water, due to load shedding, and due to machineries not working at the courts, the recordings and all that. And then the third one, we spoke about addressing the human resources shortages. We often hear that police will tell us that there's a lot of shortage of police officers, the vehicles, and on and on. But what we are saying is that we need to hire police officers, but most importantly, they need to be capacitated. And they need to be put in places where they can be productive. Because some of the challenges that we spoke about is the issue of remuneration, because some of the police officers, they go to other departments, not where they can do investigations because of there are no overtimes and they are not paid well where, in the investigation. They rather go where they can get overtimes and other incentives. We also spoke about the issue of skills development. It's very important to follow up. Yes, they get capacitation, but the issue of making sure that whatever capacitation that they get, is it follow up that they are doing the right thing that needs to be done on the ground. And also, we also said that it's very important to use older officers that are leaving the system to come and mentor those who are still in the system, because we've got good police officers that are leaving the system. They can come and assist in capacitating the new ones that have just got into the system. And the last one is about accountability. It's very important to hold people accountable with regards to backlog, because some of the issues of backlog are caused by laziness or people not following up or people not, fetching results, reports from psychologists, reports and feedback from DNA testing and all that. So it's very important for people to be held accountable so that we can minimize the issue of backlogs in the system. I thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leanne Ramsumar, and I'm representing the group that discussed the clinic on strengthening policy and legislation to address alcohol and other drugs as key drivers of gender-based violence. We took the point of departure for our clinic from the fact that although alcohol and other drugs do not cause gender-based violence, they certainly are a very important risk factor implicated in both the perpetration and the experience of gender-based violence. We had a very moving clinic with real-life accounts of the experiences of not just victims, but also of mothers and of parents who are battling with gender-based violence that is related to extreme and excessive alcohol and other drug use. We resolved at the end of our clinic to have 3 resolutions that we would like to see adopted. The first one looks at fast-tracking both existing and new evidence-based alcohol policy and legislation that would better regulate alcohol trade, distribution, marketing, pricing, monitoring, and importantly, including meaningful community participation to enable the creation of a safer social environment for women and children. The second resolution is to look at coordinating the establishment of a one-stop center that will provide gender-based violence evidence-based programming, which is professional, medical, and therapeutic, and care to meet all the physical, emotional, and psychological needs of gender-based violence victims, survivors, and perpetrators with or without substance use disorders across the age spectrum. And the third one that we would like to see adopted is to develop a fully integrated, costed, and monitored system across all sectors that address alcohol and other drug use and gender-based violence. And I think if anything these last 2 days has taught us is that we require a whole-of-government approach to this, and that we need to be addressing this on the continuum from prevention through to treatment, and very, very importantly, free from conflict of interest. I thank you.
Jessica from the Pregnant Women Clinic, please. Oh, sorry, the integration and alignment. I still.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jessica Roussel, and I am here representing the integration and alignment of NSP on gender-based violence and femicide, as well as the NSPs on HIV and sexual reproductive health programming. The resolutions for adoption that we're proposing are based on the fact that South Africa is suffering from a dual epidemic. The President has also said this, and many of our policy and research documents have already shown this evidence for a long time. We have a dual epidemic of HIV and gender-based violence and femicide that are being addressed separately, and their interlinkages are being inadequately focused on. So our resolutions for adoption are firstly that in 2023, the state publishes a new national implementation plan that addresses the dual epidemics of HIV and gender-based violence and femicide, and that this plan will build on the existing South African plan from 2021, titled South African Interlinkage Framework of NSPs on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and the NSP on HIV, tuberculosis, and STIs. Our second resolution for adoption is that stigma and discrimination are addressed to eliminate the dual epidemics of HIV and gender-based violence and femicide. Policies and programs must be put in place that reduce and eliminate stigma and discrimination faced by those living with HIV and victims that have suffered from gender-based violence and femicide. Not only that stigma and discrimination is addressed, but that there's a commitment from the National Department of Health to facilitate the inclusion of obstetric violence, including forced sterilization as a form of gender-based violence and femicide. Addressing harmful social norms is the next focus of our resolutions. We know that no change is possible unless we resource programs that challenge and change harmful social norms in traditions, cultures, institutions, religion, and as well as individuals. And finally, we propose expanding strategic community-led communication plans involving all of us society in meaningful information exchange. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Midrand. I'm from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. So our group, we looked at how to enhance community-based structures, which include rapid response teams as a mechanism for gender-based violence prevention to unlock systems to challenges faced. So what we first look at in terms of the resolutions, we are aware that there is a fatigue in terms of structures in the communities, which makes it so difficult to have people have to attend 3 or 4 meetings in the same day that talks on the same thing. So we felt that we wanted to piggyback on the DDM model, to have a substructure that will literally look at the issues of gender-based violence and femicide, so that we can all be coordinated, because we know for the fact that there is no work at this juncture at the district level outside of the DDM. And what we also looked at in terms of the resource allocation, we believe that and we felt that the funds needs to be reinforced so that there is dedicated money on gender-based violence and femicide programs. Bearing in mind that we're also saying that the funds needs to be gender responsive. So we don't want to isolate all of that, particularly if you look at the plans. So in terms of the inclusions, we felt that we know for the fact that there is already local platforms that exist, that we don't want to leave them outside of the spectrum. For example, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, we can use them to translate. We also felt that in these 2 days, there's lack of knowledge about the NSP, and it needs to be also translated to different languages, including Braille. Thank you very much.
If there are more reports, may I ask that the people come closer to the stage?
Good evening. My name is Pinky Mkobozi. We were looking on how to enhance the use of technology in our fight against gender-based violence as a country. We acknowledge the limited cover and to the extent that we articulate in the current NSP on how we use technology. And we thought the key thing is to have a responsible entity to drive, especially looking at how we manage data that is managed from one department to the other. We spent a lot of time looking at how we protect victims from secondary victimization, on how their data is handled and how their data is shared. We concluded that, guided by the information regulator, we need a responsible government department that is going to build a framework that is working within the current protection of personal information bill, a framework that is going to guide the ethics on how data is handled, how data is shared. It was a shared view within the team the risks that are inherent within SAPS specifically, where victim information is just easily accessible and it leads to further violation of victims' rights. So we think that becomes actually a big priority on how that is guided. We looked at the current, we reflected on the current ability for state to share information even outside the criminal justice, outside the cluster that is currently covered by IJS. We acknowledged the impact of the silos of the databases that we have as a country, and we think the NSP must be articulate on how CETA or the Department of Communication is mandated to enable that data sharing in a manner that supports and puts the victim's interest ahead. And then we reflected on access to existing data sets by researchers, that it is expensive to access existing data sets, and we think the NSP needs to be articulate as to how do the researchers get access to available data, how do we leverage the capabilities that are currently existing within Stats of SA in making sure that the researchers actually able to do what they need, that needs to be done. The pillar deliberated as to whether technology under Pillar 6 is appropriately placed, and we are of the view that it was appropriately placed, as Pillar 6 is seen as an enabler that is cross-cutting throughout all the other pillars. So that team, it has to be prioritized, putting together a thinking tank that brings individuals and experts from the different pillars to see that in prevention, in support of the victims, how is technology used and how is technology adopted, putting the victim in the center to make sure that they are protected, their information is stored appropriately, their information is handled appropriately. Finally, before I sit down, we looked at some of the requirements of reporting, especially by community-based organizations that are imposed by funders, where the funders would require people to share ID numbers of the people they've served. There is a need to actually, for the information regulator, to look to what extent those people's rights are actually violated. We called on SALGA to come on board and saying in their strategies for safer cities, how are those rolled out, but they are done in a manner that doesn't compromise the safety of the people. Thank you.
Doesn't look like it. Okay, are you ready? Okay, it doesn't look like we have any other clinics.
Do they have the slides? Okay. All right. Let me just try to summarize exactly what it is that we have kind of achieved here. I was hoping that the slides will be on, but it seems like the slides are not on, and I'll have to do with what I have. Time is not on our side. We should be out of here by 6:30, no matter what or what. So this is the final part of our meeting. and we want to talk about the emerging resolution document. First of all, we want to commend the pledge by the President to effectively hold government, civil society, and all sectors of society accountable to effectively do its part in implementing the NSP on gender-based violence and femicide, and doing what is necessary to reduce GBV, the NSP, to reduce gender-based violence in our country. We want to ensure that government departments effectively report on progress to implement the National Strategic Plan, including submitting expenditure accounts, support and engage in multi-sectoral partnerships, and allocate the necessary resources to accelerate and amplify the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide. We want to lead the charge to hold men's dialogues in South Africa to promote positive masculinity. On the screen, you now see that there is a commitment we are all making. We are saying it's almost a pledge that we, the 1,500 delegates that are attending the Presidential Summit 2 against gender-based violence and femicide, who are the survivors of the scourge, the government of South Africa and its society, represented by people coming from all walks of life without any distinctions in terms of race, color, age, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, marital status, HIV status, language, ethnic or social origins, geographical location, political and other opinion, religion, consciousness, conscience, belief, culture, birth, and nationality. So we're true to the Constitution of South Africa. The next slide, please. Acknowledging that the pandemic of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa continues to be a chronic national crisis, remembering all the victims of femicide who have fallen in our country and the millions of people, of women in their diversities and children who are victims of gender-based violence, noting that the Presidential GBVF Summit 2 builds onto the foundation that activists laid in demanding state action and accountability when they took to the streets on the 1st of August 2018, building onto the ethos of embracing a whole-of-society approach to gender-based violence and femicide, with civil society, government, and other stakeholders work collaboratively to shape the summit discussions. Now we remain deeply concerned with the extent of gender-based violence and femicide, which continues to render it a national crisis that destroys the very fabric of our society and undermines our constitutional democracy. The rate of femicide in South Africa continues to be amongst the highest globally, and gender-based violence has continued to deeply impact the lives and well-being of survivors, families, communities, and the broader society in our country. Women and the gender and non-conforming persons are diverse groups subject to intersectional vulnerabilities, exacerbating inequalities, discrimination, and oppression. The COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically increased economic and social hardships among communities, leading to a reversal of gains across the socio-economic spectrum. We endorse the call by the President. That's the next slide, please. We endorse the call by the President to support, accelerate, and amplify implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, despite the setbacks and slow progress so far. We ensure the inclusivity of marginalized groups in policy, legislation, and programming. We want to accelerate and amplify the social and economic empowerment of women and ensure that children are heard and include dialogues and planning. And we ensure that the healing, the woundedness, and the intergenerational trauma caused by South Africa's violent past is prioritized for affected individuals, families, and communities across South Africa. And we commend the pledge by the President to effectively hold government and civil society in all sectors. Looks like it's a repetition here. We therefore resolve to work collaboratively towards uprooting patriarchal, misogynistic, and heteronormative systems and practices that serve as a bedrock for the high levels of gender-based violence in our country. In terms of amplification, which is the next one, we aim to amplify funding for the implementation of the NSP across all 6 pillars, from government and the private sector, to amplify community ownership and awareness of the NSP to root local responses and prevention, to amplify the role of the private sector in the response, amplify gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation, and auditing to strengthen resource across government. We want to strengthen sustainable program-based interventions. The presidency establishing a coordination mechanism on children that include the civil society to be led by the Director General at a technical level. This particular committee is going to serve as a transitional arrangement towards the end state of the location or migration of the Office of the Rights of the Child at the highest possible level in the country. Again, in terms of acceleration, it's National Council on Gender-Based Violence through legislation, clear funding framework, and clear guidelines with linkages with other stakeholders. We want to fast-track the implementation of the comprehensive national prevention strategy on gender-based violence and femicide, including the femicide prevention strategy, ensuring alignment and capacity across all tiers of government. We want to partner with academic institutions and the Gender-Based Violence Response Fund 1 to address the DNA backlog. We want resources and so that we can fast-track the implementation of the amended GBV-related legislation. We want to accelerate the establishment of effective referral system for survivors of GBV and well-resourced TCC, tutorial care centers in all the districts. Furthermore, we want to accelerate the implementation of the 40% preferential procurement and practical support to women by localizing productive capacity and manufacturing infrastructure. We want to fast-track implementation of Convention C-190 and radically improve the working conditions of the vulnerable workers. We want to use the findings of the National Violence Prevention that will be released in early 2023 for effective planning for policy making as well as programming. On accountability, we want to put the council in place, similar approach to the command center. We want to strengthen integration. The command center, we're talking about the National Command Council that was used during the COVID period. We want to strengthen integration into APPS and IDPSC across government, strengthening multi-sectoral monitoring and evaluation. We want to make sure that there's locally based and provincially based council structures. We want to strengthen independent institutions of accountability such as the CGE and Parliament so that they can hold the executive accountable as well as civil society accountable and the development partners accountable. As we leave the summit, there's been a depth of conversations here, you'll all agree. We had a very frank engagement and accountability, typical of our country, which is a democratic country, that allows everyone to be able to say what they want to say to anyone in this country. And that is our culture that we have inculcated since the end of apartheid, and we need to continue to make sure we maintain that, because it's only when we together are able to say what we want to say that things are going to work correctly for all of us. We are living here knowing that we've got a very strong commitment of the president. He has achieved 63% of all what he promised when he met with civil society and signed the declaration. He has created that environment for him in order that people can be able to deliver what they need to deliver. You cannot deliver if you don't have an ecosystem, and he has done quite a good job, on that. There are firm actions to be taken to resolve the key challenges. We still have key challenges. We cannot gloss over those. We have identified some priorities here, and we have clear areas of acceleration and amplification, building on to what has been achieved thus far. And the work that was done in provinces and pillar dialogues, we really appreciate it very much. In terms of going forward, the committee that has organized this, the planning committee that has organized this, will take the process of finalizing the documents and resolutions forward. We are going to confirm that, by the 30th of November. We need your input by the 30th of November so that we can be able to finalize the resolutions that were presented and then be able to launch it when it comes to the 16th of December. From then onward, we would like to be able to say to the nation, this is what we have committed ourselves to do. With those words, Sibongile and I would like to come and say Thank you very, very much for everything that you have done.
Thank you. The meeting is closed.
The meeting is now declared closed. Thank you. Let's run. Literally, I'm running like a crazy one.
Okay, thank you for everything.
Yeah.